Que l'on ouvre les portes. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Commencement du débat à l'état d'ordre.
Report stage, first time debated, Bill C-383, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act.
Honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly has a point of order. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but I would just like to draw your attention, the attention of the Speaker, to the amendments proposed at report stage. These are government amendments. More specifically, I would like to draw your attention to motion number 17, and as an explanation, I would just like to clarify that the people who work at journals and translation, we don't want to point the finger at them at all. We understood that at 10 minutes to midnight, they received instructions from the government with regard to a bill which was to an item which was denounced by all witnesses. In this motion, you can see, contrary to the usual practice, is that the English and French versions don't even correspond with each other. For the work of an MP, especially myself, I'm a bilingual MP, and I always want to make sure that English and French are the same. Again, I highly respect the translators. I believe that what we have here will not help us move forward in our work, and it is deplorable because these notices were tabled around midnight for a debate that is supposed to happen later on today. It shows that the government is amateurish and its actions is impeding my work as a bilingual MP. I would like the Speaker to reflect on this and make a ruling to prevent this type of situation from happening again, and to rule on whether this document in front of us is actually admissible.
The government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. On the same point of order, I just want to thank my colleague for raising the issue. The government is, in fact, aware of it and working to make sure that we can resolve it in a satisfactory fashion. So I just wanted to emphasize that, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly would like to add to his point of order. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't want to. I don't believe the government is acting in bad faith, but we're debating these motions today, and I believe that when the Speaker says no worries, we will look into this, but I believe that in this context, that's not acceptable.
For Caribou Prince George, on the same point of order.
Yes,
sorry, it's not Caribou Prince George. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
thank you, Madam Speaker. And my colleague brings up an incredibly important point. When we get improper text and we're expected to debate it within a couple of hours, it is actually not probably just a point of order, it's almost a point of privilege. So I want to share my concerns in terms of, perhaps the sloppiness of what this government's done, whether it was intentional or unintentional, and the significant challenges it places on a member to ensure proper debate when there's only a couple of hours. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Government House, Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader has another point of order on the same point of privilege.
Yes, just to further expand, Madam Speaker, as I say, we do appreciate there's nothing mischievous being planned. We do have a sub-amendment to address the issue that has been raised. I would just ask that if we can just continue on, we will see that sub-amendment brought forward, which will address the concern of the House.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Island on the same point of.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. On the same point of order, I'm very torn. I would say that normally I would want to accept what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary said. I have an amendment at report stage. I'm prepared to speak to it. But I don't think the rules of this House would allow us to proceed with an imperfect amendment placed before us at report stage. I really don't think that we can say we will proceed and hope it all turns out all right, as much as I would like to. I think that it would violate our rules to proceed in such a fashion.
Another
point of order on the same point of order. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the start, Bill C-83 is problematic. We tabled a motion at committee asking for this bill to be stopped. It was unanimous that it just wasn't working, and we asked the government to go back and do its homework. The government refused. And this morning, we received a motion written in bad French, which doesn't correspond with reality. And in a country which has official bilingualism and with a government that is boasting it is defending the French language in the face of the Conservatives, I don't agree with that. I'm a Francophone. I'm from Quebec. And as my colleague from Chambly said, we're not pointing fingers at officials. We're pointing fingers at this government, which is shoving down the throat things which are unacceptable. It just can't get organized. I don't think we should debate this issue today. We can't operate this way.
The honourable member for Windsor West has a point of order as well. Same point of order?
Yes, same one, Madam Speaker. And we're at a crossroads here right now with regards to either making the situation better or worse, and by continuing, we'll make it worse. And I would like to point out, Madam Speaker, this is predictable in the sense the government making these amendments and changes at the last minute. This is entirely brought on by their own course of action. This is not the irresponsible action by people behind the scenes that make this place work. This is brought about because they did so at such a late notice, at such a late time. It's caught up to them. And so at this point in time, are we going to make things worse or better? I would suggest we make them better by deferring.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable on the same point of order. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's completely unacceptable that if I decide to read a bill or amendments only in French, that my Anglophone colleagues should not have access to the same text as myself. That violates our rights. And I believe that for that reason, it's unacceptable for us to continue to debate these amendments, first of all, because we'll talk about two very different things. Whether you're an Anglophone or Francophone, you'll be looking at two different things. That's unacceptable in this House. And the government has the duty and the obligation to protect both official languages. But what's happening, what the government wants to do now by moving forward is that it would be violating the rights of both language communities, Madam Speaker. A last point of order. For the member of Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like us to reflect on what the parliamentary secretary said, who said that a sub-amendment would be coming, but we haven't seen it yet. That in and of itself is a problem. That it was simply announced on the government side. The parliamentary secretary said that this sub-amendment would solve all problems. That's not the point here. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's quite clear. We are supposed to sit until Friday of next week under the standing orders, so we have plenty of time to make sure that our work is done correctly. But now we're dealing with amendments. When it comes to amendments, you're looking at the tiny details. You're in the weeds. And the devil is in the details, of course. So, Madam Speaker, if we want to do serious, rigorous work, if we want to make sure that Canadians have trust in our parliamentary system and democracy and in our work, we have to do our work well. And since we are towards the end of the session, we have to make sure that things, or rather, since we're at the end of the process with regard to this bill, we have to make sure that things work out well. Otherwise, we'll have to undo everything. So let's do it well, Madam Speaker. So having listened to all the arguments made on this point of order, I will take a few moments to reflect, and I will come back very quickly on the arguments raised on this point of order. However, at this point, I will allow debate to go ahead, and I'll come back very quickly with my decision.
There are 27 motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-83. Motions numbered 1 to 27 will be regrouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 27 to the House.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan, has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, just with respect to your most recent ruling, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Speaker, but I believe, since we are in orders of the day, the correct procedure would be to continue with the bill before the House rather than a point of order. Now, I would certainly take your guidance in this matter, but I would suggest that we consult with our clerks and procedural experts to ensure that we're going down the right path this morning.
Member for Haldeman Norfolk has the same point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Madam Speaker. There is, as I understand it, a protocol and procedure that would affect this, and if the amendments are to be debated, subject to a point of order, then the point of order needs to be discussed and decided upon before proceeding with the amendments, and I'm sure the experts at the table would be able to verify that for you.
I simply want to mention that there have been situations in the past in this chamber resembling what we are dealing with now. If you give me 2 or 3 minutes, I will come back with the decisions made on those situations, and that will inform how we will proceed. Another point of order, the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the issue of precedents you've just mentioned, I would like a clarification because as far as I understand, once you've read the amendments at report stage, debate begins on those amendments. So I don't see how we can backtrack if the Speaker rules that the points raised by MPs are valid.
An answer to the member is that there are 27 amendments, and we are able to start the debate and come back on the decision that the Speaker will bring before the House. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton has a point of order.
Yes, on the same point of order, I suggest that we suspend until we can resolve this, or we can move the opposition motion, but the government motion should be dropped.
So based on the motion that the member has just put forward, it's really challenging the chair. I have made my decision, and we are going to proceed, and I will be back shortly with the decision. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. I'd just like you to clarify your clarification, because that amendment, if we proceed with the debate at report stage and the amendment is later found to be problematic, well, it can't be presented again. So I just want some clarification on that aspect.
Alors, the honourable member for North Okanagan's Milkameen Nicola has Same point of order.
Yes, the same point of order, Madam Speaker. I'm just pointing out that for a government that seeks, that says that they're all about protecting the language rights of minorities, to be actually putting forward dueling motions that say different things and expecting us to be able to proceed with that in proper order, I think they are kidding themselves, Madam Speaker. I think that you should immediately say that this is not in order and that we should not be discussing this until the government can actually figure out what it wants us to discuss.
I'll hear just one more speaker on this point, the member for Louis Saint Laurent, and then we'll continue. Once the toothpaste is out of the tube, you can't put it back in. That applies equally here to parliamentary proceedings. If we start the debate on these amendments and then realize that the amendments don't jive, well, then we can't back up. Let's just suspend until you decide. Unless anyone has anything new to add, I'll continue.
For Sandwich Gulf Island has additional information to this point of order.
My only point is this, that as we debate this really legitimate procedural point, we not lose sight of the fact that I've now looked at this amendment carefully from the honourable member from Oakville, North Burlington, and it's very important that the substance of this matter not be overlooked.
D'Orléans Charlevoix. Do you have any new information to provide on this point of order? Yes. Madam Speaker, I'm on the Official Languages Committee, and we're not allowed to receive anything that's not identical in both languages. In this debate, that's precisely what we're talking about here. The two languages are not consistent. They're not saying the same thing. So, with all due respect to you, I don't understand why we would continue the debate on things that are not identical. And so we can't speak to one another in English and French because they're not the same thing.
The honourable member for Windsor West has additional information other than what has already been added. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Yes, it is, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate your patience with this, but it is important. Just to remind as well, too, at committee, members have the right to refuse and ask for translation, and I would ask for some consistency in this place as well, too, especially when notice is provided. That is the tradition and tenure of this House, and this would be out of order with that procedure.
L'honorable.
The honourable member for Beauport, Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier, do you have something new to add? Yes, Madam Speaker, with all due respect. I have a lot of respect for institutions, and I think there was a suggestion earlier that was a really good one. We parliamentarians want to do a good job, and we want to be well equipped to do that. There's information we're missing, and as a francophone from Quebec, I think it's important to have the specific information in both official languages in this country of Canada. So, Madam Speaker, what I propose to respect parliamentarians, instead of moving forward and then having to backtrack, I think we'd just be wasting time. I propose that we suspend the sitting so that we can move ahead efficiently thereafter. Okay, I'll just add that a lot of these points of order have already been made. The honourable member for Mégantic-Les-Sables, does he have something extra to say that hasn't already been raised? Madam Speaker, I think if you were to seek it, you would find there's a virtual unanimity over the importance of having the text in both official languages. So I think if you asked, you would find the unanimous consent of the House to suspend, to give you the time to do your checking. So I would ask, I'm sure if you ask, you'll find that there is unanimous consent, Madam Speaker.
Un autre intervenant.
One other speaker, the honourable member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent. If we proceed while awaiting your decision, that means we'll have to go by the English version. And in the bloc, we find that unacceptable. That would be relegating French to a second-class language, and that would be unacceptable to us. That would be contempt And that's something I will never accept as a member of the Bloc Québécois, to have the English version, even temporarily, take precedence over the French. I'd like to thank everyone. My suggestion, or the direction I would give you, is that we will proceed by reading all the motions except motion number 17. And I'll come back with my decision on motion number 17 after.
Joliette, un autre point d'ordre?
Member for Joliette, another point of order. Madam Speaker, I think if you seek it, you'll find there's unanimous consent to suspend the sitting to give you time to make your decision. Does the member for Joliette have unanimous consent to suspend the sitting? Yes? Agreed and so ordered.
Order. Statements by members. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's certainly with a sense of moment and history that I rise this morning for what will be my last statement in the House before this chamber closes and we return after the new year to a different place. I first took this seat, this very seat, haven't moved since, 7.5 years ago. And I love this place. I wouldn't mind moving up a bit, but I love this place. I also leave with the bittersweet awareness that I'm leaving a week before the House rises because I'm going to the climate negotiations at COP24. And when we think about time slipping through our fingers, our chances to ensure that our children and grandchildren have a livable world slipping through our fingers. Le temps presse, ce n'est pas...
Time is running out. It's not too late, but it's almost midnight, and we want to save civilization and the earth.
Prayer that more happens at COP24 than what is currently planned. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ottawa West, Nepean. Ottawa West, Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Christmas time is a special time for many children, but inclusion looks different for some children at this time of year. For deaf and hard of hearing children, something as simple as telling Santa their Christmas wish can be a barrier. In my riding at Funhaven, I joined hundreds of children to see the signing Santa. Santa Claus communicated with the children in American Sign Language et en langue des signes québécoise.
And in Quebec Sign Language, Santa Claus also took off his hat to show children his cochlear implant. One little boy cried and gestured that Santa Claus was like him.
Phone Santa through SRV Canada, a video relay service that interprets voice to signing. Thanks to the volunteers at Quota International, Ontario Hands and Voices, and SLIAO for making this day so special and making a world of difference where every child is included. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Madam Speaker, I hear you've got a direct line to Santa Claus. So, Santa, I've got a Christmas wish from all Albertans. Albertans have always been good to Canada. We're friendly and we produce the energy that powers this country. But we're not greedy this Christmas. We want a few simple things from your sack of goodies, Santa. Some pipelines would be nice, and the jobs that come with them. Scrapping the carbon tax would help. And we'd like new governments in Alberta and Ottawa. We've been good, Santa, just like your elves. But we do know that you've got some naughty people on your list. Some have been downright dopey and gropey. They've dressed up funny on trips to India. They've wasted all kinds of money. And they're bringing in a carbon tax to punish all the good boys and girls out there. Like the Grinch himself, these people deserve a big lump of coal. But Santa, naughty or nice, I want to wish everyone well. Merry Christmas to all of people kind.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Madam Speaker, did you know that 34% of Indigenous persons in Vancouver are homeless? Many of them are youth. For over a decade, the Luma Native Housing Society in BC has provided a safe haven for homeless Indigenous youth in the province. From their medical centre to their community lodge to their housing program for Aboriginal youth, Luma is a shining example of what a community can do when you allow it to create its own culturally appropriate solutions. Now, the federal government is providing Luma with funding through the National Housing Strategy. This will allow Luma to make significant strides towards solving homelessness amongst urban Indigenous youth. Luma is a shining best practice model for urban Aboriginal programs in Canada. I look forward to seeing more of their innovative work.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, yesterday many people stood in this House to acknowledge the beautiful women taken from the world much too soon 29 years ago. In my riding of North Island Powell River, several events happened to acknowledge these deaths and violence against women. In Powell River, the Community Services Association, Powell River and Regional Transition House Society, and the RCMP partnered with the Powell River Library to host a day-long event called the Shoe Memorial. The seventh one held in Powell River, this event had members of the community bringing a pair of shoes with a short biography of a woman or child who died due to violence or is missing under suspicious circumstances. In the Comox Valley, the Comox Valley Transition Society partnered with the Honoring Our Sisters and the Comox Valley Art Gallery to hold a vigil where they laid roses, sang, and had speakers. This event acknowledged the National Day of Remembrance. It also focused on the many Indigenous women and girls who have gone missing or who are murdered. This event continues to draw attention to those who are too often forgotten. We remember, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the incredible passion of Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, and Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge youth councils. Last month, these youth councils squared off in a debate. Debating solutions to the opioid crisis, these highly engaged Canadians showcased their dedication and talent. Council members spent weeks preparing. They made thoughtful and well-constructed arguments, and we are fortunate for the input of these youth to guide our work here on Parliament Hill. I thank them for their valuable insight. We know that when Canadian youth share their ideas, the possibilities are infinite. The Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge team won this debate, closely pursued by my team. We're looking forward for a rematch in the new year. The gauntlet has been thrown. Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, we're coming for you.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Madam Speaker, within the next year there will be a national election. One of the first things corrupt regimes around the world do to hold power is to undermine, bribe, or pay off the media. Canadians have never expected that to happen here. Wow. But Mr. Speaker, 10 days after Torstar Corporation, one of Canada's largest media conglomerates, appealed for federal subsidies, a $355,000 sole source contract was awarded to pay Toronto Star reporters to attend and report on public meetings of the Commons Finance Committee and the Senate Banking Committee. The Liberals did this despite the fact that committee meetings are monitored by 43 other media organizations on Parliament Hill. Really, Madam Speaker? These Liberals didn't see a conflict in gifting an inflated contract to the largest newspaper chain in the country in an election year? Then again, this is the same government that's handing out $595 million in taxpayers' money to media outlets. How far will this Prime Minister go to buy the next election?
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Madam Speaker, on December 1st, an athlete from my riding was crowned World Boxing Champion. Marie-Ève Dicker, a 32-year-old woman from Saint-Eustache, was facing a boxer from Uruguay in a fight at the Casino de Montréal. Her coaches described the fight as one of the best performances of her career. This fight earned her her first title as World Boxing Champion. She is the first female Quebecer to obtain such a title. And before she started boxing, this athlete had been doing karate since the age of 6, and she's now a 5th Dan black belt and world champion in karate. Marie-Ève is an inspiration to girls and young women in her region and also across Canada. Her desire to promote her sport is more than commendable. I'm very proud to have such an athlete, a rising star in boxing, in my riding. Congratulations, Marie-Ève. Say hello to your colleagues and happy holidays. The honourable member for Alfred-Tella. Madam Speaker, on November 10th, I had the honour of participating in the 4th annual Talia Gala. Talia Nahabedin is an inspiring and lively young girl. She has a severe form of Fallot's tetralogy, and doctors had given her only a few years to live. Well, believe you me, she went beyond expectations as we celebrated her 16th birthday at this gala.
40,000 were raised for the Clinique d'Investigation Neurocardiaque at the CHU Saint-Justin. This clinic assists children born with complex congenital heart disease who require surgery during their early years. Félicitations à la...
Congratulations to the sparkling Talia and to her family for the help and the love they give so generously. Congratulations to the clinic for the work and support it provides to families. And congratulations to all of those little hearts that fight hard every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, last Sunday, the Aboriginal community in Wendake woke up in shock. The restaurant Sagamité had been devastated by a raging fire, and Sagamité was more than a restaurant. It was a symbol of the dynamic business sense of the Wendat Huron, an illustration of the openness between nations, a positive and pleasant way to discover the culinary culture of the First Nations. I've held countless meetings there whenever I hosted elected officials or diplomats. I took them to Sagamit, and about 40 people worked there, and it was run by a seasoned businessman and an attentive family man, Steve Gros-Louis. Steve is proud of his nation and culture, and although native artifacts were saved from the fire, he told us, his voice raw, that something dear to him had disappeared, antlers of the first moose he had hunted with his son. On Sunday, the great Conrad Sioui said, "The nation is in mourning, but we will rise again. We're strong and capable. We've always rebuilt, and we will do so again." Good luck, my friends.
West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you to the Howe Sound Women's Centre and community partners Sea to Sky Community Services, Sea to Sky RCMP, and the Slatlamix Tribal Police, who've announced that together they will provide the third-party reporting option to all adult survivors of sexual assault. This means that survivors can remain anonymous while having the circumstances of their sexual assault reported to the police, assisted by trained third-party reporters. This will ensure that disclosures of violence are heard, reported, and that perpetrators are caught and held responsible. Above all, third-party reporting protects the person who's been sexually assaulted. Yesterday, we recognized the 14 women at l'École Polytechnique de Montréal who were brutally murdered 29 years ago simply because they were women. In the spirit of taking action on violence against women, it's fitting to recognize the Howe Sound Women's Centre for helping to protect women and seek justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Canada, Carleton.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That I rise today to celebrate the people and communities in my riding and right across this great country. From Canada's largest high-tech park in Canada to the tremendous farming communities throughout West Carleton. Canada Carleton is truly home to some wonderful people of compassion and generosity. I want to say thank you to the expertise and professionalism of our first responders, and thank you for the outpouring of support that the tornado victims in Dunrobin all came together when each other needed it the most. It doesn't matter if we say Joyeux Noël or Merry Christmas. It doesn't matter which special holiday we choose to celebrate, but what does matter is that we do it together. And together we can give thanks for the gift of this beautiful country. May your celebrations be filled with love, joy, laughter, and togetherness. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Madam Speaker, last year the Liberals implemented their values test for Canada summer jobs. They tried to make their values Canadian values by forcing charitable organizations to sign their values attestation. In January, we met with faith leaders from the Muslim community, the Hindu community, the Sikh community. We met with Baptists, Pentecostals, Catholics, and many, many more. Their unified voice is what this Liberal government has failed to listen to. Every single organization I met with said the same thing. They had to cut summer camp for underprivileged Canadian youth. There was less people in the soup kitchen available for soup and homeless shelters across the country. There was less healthcare support for seniors below the poverty line. The socioeconomic impact of this Liberals' value test on Canada's most vulnerable citizens has been catastrophic. But now, with an election looming, they have no choice but to reverse course. One thing is clear. Liberals cannot be trusted to protect Canadians' fundamental freedoms. A last-minute change in time for an election will not repeal the damage done to Canada's faith communities.
The honourable member for Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mohawk code talker and hero, 96-year-old Levi Oakes, Bear Clan of Snai-Akwesasne. Technician 4th grade Oakes enlisted at the age of 18 in the United States Army and served with honor and distinction for 6 years with B Company 442nd Signal Battalion, active in the South Pacific, New Guinea, and Philippines theaters. For his service, he was awarded the Silver Star, the third highest military combat decoration of the United States, and for his service as a code talker, a United States Congressional Silver Medal. Indigenous code talkers are known the world over as having the only unbroken code in history. In respect of his service, Levi kept utter silence until a couple years ago, and only upon receiving written confirmation that he would be allowed to discuss it. Indigenous languages served our country and our allies at a time when we needed it most, and for this, we are eternally grateful. As Mr. Oakes repeated to me when I visited him in his house in May, Chinikasaste neonkowana. The language is strong. Yongoa Levi.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Madam Speaker, it's the time of year when the shorter days and colder weather bring our friends, our families, and our communities closer together. The Christmas season is also a particularly wonderful and magical time for children. At least it's supposed to be. Unfortunately, in a country as wealthy as Canada, far too many children will not be enjoying this holiday season. In recent years, UNICEF has rated Canada 17th out of 29 wealthy countries due to child poverty and 26th out of 35 for overall child inequality. These are shameful statistics. In 1989, this House voted unanimously to eradicate child poverty by the year 2000. As former NDP leader Ed Broadbent has said, for too long we have ignored the appalling poverty in the midst of affluence. Our children are this country's most valuable resource. When they grow up in poverty, they are having their futures robbed from them. We can do better. We must do better.
The honourable for Caribou Prince George.
Speaker, in April, 3 kilometres of the West Fraser Road in my riding was washed out. 8 months. It's been 8 months and nothing has been done. I'm shocked at the inaction of our provincial government, in particular the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, and I'm disappointed in this Minister of Infrastructure. Their inaction on this file has stranded 250 families, has placed both Indigenous and non-Indigenous families in economic hardship and forced them to commute on essentially a logging road, at times in near perilous conditions. If emergency services were needed, it is very likely access to these families would not be possible. Further disappointing, the Buckridge community has been told that it may be up to 2021 before any action has been taken. Children going to school now in Quesnel are forced to be on a bus for a minimum of 4 hours every day. In fact, the first child, 5 years of age, is picked up at 6 a.m. This places her at 5 years of age on a bus for 5 hours per day. How is this acceptable for any government?
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital.
Negotiation over litigation is the best way to right historical wrongs and settle past grievances. The mistreatment of Indigenous children is a tragic and shameful part of Canada's history. Yesterday, it was announced that an agreement in principle had been reached in the McLean class action, bringing us one step closer to finding lasting and meaningful resolution to the legacy of Indian day schools. As we know, in addition to the compensation past wrongs, negotiated settlements are able to achieve forward-looking investments in healing, in commemoration, in wellness, and in culture. I am pleased to say that this agreement will be investing $200 million into such initiatives. Our government is committed to reconciliation, and we will continue to work with survivors towards righting historical wrongs and laying the foundation for multi-generational healing. Thank you, Miigwech. Merci.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, we learned this morning that Quebec is demanding a refund of nearly $300 million from the federal government for receiving illegal migrants. If the Prime Minister hasn't understood this yet, it's urgent his government finally solve the problem at our borders, a problem of his own creation. If he doesn't do anything, the bills will keep piling up. When will he do so, and what will he say to the government of Quebec, which should not have to pay for the Prime Minister's mistakes? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Madam Speaker, we have committed $36 million initially to deal with the problem in Quebec. We're also issuing work permits on an expedited basis so that migrants can work while awaiting a decision. Madam Speaker, Canadians expect various levels of government to cooperate to meet their legal obligations and ensure law and order and safety, and that is what we will continue to do. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, what's clear is that the provinces cannot respect the Prime Minister's decision not to do anything. He created the problem himself. Quebec has a $300 million bill for the years past. Quebec should not have to pay for the Prime Minister's mistakes and failures. Will the government reimburse the government of Quebec today? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, it's imperative that people making refugee claims here are entitled to a proper procedure that is consistent with the law. The idea that this problem was created by a single tweet by the Prime Minister is nonsense. We had a productive meeting with our Quebec counterparts to discuss further, and the Quebec Minister, and I would like to repeat that we have already earmarked $36 million to come to Quebec's assistance.
Parliamentary Budget Officer pegged the cost of the Prime Minister's illegal border crossing crisis at a staggering $1.1 billion. Today, Quebec confirmed that the crisis has cost its taxpayers $300 million since last year. This is in addition to the $200 million Ontario is demanding to cover their costs, cost estimates that the PBO concluded are completely reasonable. Why has the Prime Minister failed to take concrete action to end this crisis by not closing the loophole of the Safe Third Country Agreement?
The Honourable Minister of Border Security and Organised Crime Reduction.
The member ought to know the Safe Third Country Agreement is a bilateral agreement between ourselves and the United States. There have been ongoing discussions between our two governments with respect to improving and enhancing the existing agreement. And while those discussions take place, we can maintain our commitment to ensure the Canadian law is upheld, the security of the country is maintained, and that we are working closely with the provinces that are impacted by this influx. And I also want to acknowledge the excellent work done in the City of Montreal and the City of Toronto by their officials.
The member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Well, what the minister ought to know is that this is a problem that his government created. It's not fair that taxpayers in Ontario and Quebec must foot the bill for a crisis their governments didn't create and don't have the power to fix. It's not fair that the crisis is causing years-long and processing delays at the Immigration and Refugee Board for the world's most vulnerable, who are fleeing violence and persecution, but who choose to enter Canada legally. When will the Prime Minister take action to restore fairness and order to Canada's asylum system that he has broken?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I'd simply point out that there is a global migration of literally tens of millions of people who are fleeing war and persecution around the world, and every country is being impacted by this. Madam Speaker, and in addition, the suggestion that a tweet has impacted an international phenomenon is, quite frankly, absurd. I would encourage the member to perhaps become a better informed of this issue around the world.
Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Last time we checked, Madam Speaker, there wasn't a war going on in upstate New York. This is a failure of epic proportions, a social and financial debacle that is damaging Canada's reputation as safe refuge for the world's most vulnerable, with a fair, compassionate, orderly, and legal immigration and refugee system. The Prime Minister needs to fix this mess he's created. But in the meantime, he can't keep downloading the cost of illegal border crossers onto the provinces. When will the Prime Minister finally take some responsibility? Why should the taxpayers of Ontario and Quebec pay for his crisis?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, let me tell you what we will not do. We will not do what the Conservatives did during their tenure when 230,000 people came to this country seeking asylum. And what did they do, Madam Speaker? They cut the budget of CBSA and they cut the budget of those agencies and departments responsible for managing this migration. And then, Madam Speaker, they went a step further. They cut health care for those same individuals, for those families and for those and for their children. A move that our courts described as cruel and unusual.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Speaker, today the UN Committee Against Torture released a report confirming what we've known all along. Indigenous women continue to be coerced into sterilization in Canada. Wow. This is sickening. While the Liberal government continues to speak their empty talking points, Indigenous women in this country are still subjected to the harm of ongoing colonialism and systemic discrimination. This is simply wrong. When will the Liberal government put a stop to the savage act of robbing Indigenous women of their dignity, health, and their humanity?
Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, the coerced sterilization of Indigenous women is clearly a violation of human rights. Our Minister of Indigenous Services met with one of the senators yesterday to further discuss this issue. To date, our government is ensuring that every mother knows that she is entitled to an escort during childbirth. We are investing in services such as the maternal child health program to support healthy pregnancies and healthy births. We are investing for the first time in midwifery, and we are implementing all of the TRC's calls to action. We will continue ongoing work with all of our partners to improve access to culturally safe healthcare services and support.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, that's not all. Here's some more bad news. Yesterday, the Liberals rejected a resolution passed by the First Nations chiefs to amend the criminal code to outlaw sterilization. How can this be truth and reconciliation? The UN Committee Against Torture has confirmed that Canada is guilty of torturing Indigenous women by forced sterilization. Do the Liberals not understand that this is a stain on our country, a stain on every one of us in this House? Why are the Liberals tolerating forced sterilization of Indigenous women?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, forced sterilization of any woman is absolutely unacceptable. Our government believes firmly that everyone must receive culturally safe health services no matter where they live. The coerced sterilization of Indigenous women is a serious violation of human rights and is completely unacceptable. We are taking a public health approach to this issue as outlined by the Parliamentary Secretary for Indigenous Services. We're investing in public health approaches in Indigenous communities. The existing provisions in the Criminal Code do capture a broad range of criminal behaviour, including coerced sterilisation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Madam Speaker, the government boasts about its record, but the facts are quite different. The UN Committee Against Torture has released a report confirming that Indigenous women continue to be forcibly sterilized here in Canada. In 2018, the Prime Minister keeps saying his most important relationship is with Indigenous people, and yet nothing is being done to truly protect the Indigenous women. Is this government going to do something to put an end to these dehumanizing practices? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services. The forced sterilization of certain Indigenous women is a human rights violation. We know that Indigenous people face systemic discrimination and racism, and we are doing everything we can to ensure that Indigenous patients receive proper healthcare services without discrimination that are culturally adapted in keeping with the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to come back to the question the comment the Parliamentary Secretary made. He said that they're content with the current provisions of the Criminal Code, but we can see that that's a failure because the Criminal Code as it currently stands is not stopping this aberrant practice from taking place in Canada. The chiefs of the First Nations said that they passed a resolution, and we can't in good conscience remain silent in the face of such injustice. When will the government address this problem and put an end to this unacceptable situation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, we fully agree with the party opposite. The current situation is totally unacceptable. Not just with respect to Indigenous women, but any woman in Canada facing forced sterilization. The provisions of the Criminal Code already capture this type of situation, all kinds of criminal behavior.
With respect to Indigenous women, which has been highlighted, which needs to be addressed and will be addressed. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, last week the Minister of Natural Resources questioned the intelligence of anyone who thinks that it was the Liberals that killed Northern Gateway. Well, of course it was the Liberals, Madam Speaker. They killed it with a shipping ban and a ministerial order. The Prime Minister had always opposed Northern Gateway in opposition, and when he became Prime Minister, he killed it. Now they want to kill all future pipelines with the No More Pipelines Bill, C-69. So will this minister apologize for questioning people's intelligence and kill Bill C-69?
The honourable member for Minister for Natural Resources.
Let's share some good news. What is happening in Alberta today? Alberta gained 36,500 new full-time jobs in the month of November. This month was the largest single month full-time job gains in Alberta on the record. As far as Northern Gateway is concerned, Madam Speaker, it was the Court of Appeal that overturned the decision made by the previous government under a flawed process that they followed.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Madam Speaker, Bill C-69 heaps additional regulation and uncertainty on Canada's resource and energy sectors. This Liberal government policies are driving investors completely out of this country. It has a devastating effect on investor confidence, especially in my province of Saskatchewan and next door in Alberta. When will this Liberal government stand up to the Canadian energy sector and kill this Bill C-69?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Madam Speaker, we are focused on fixing a flawed process that led to a number of pipelines being not moving forward. 99% of Alberta's oil is sold to one single customer, which is the United States. That was the case under the previous government because they failed to build a single pipeline to non-U.S. markets because they had a process in place that's so flawed. We are trying to fix that, and the focus of Bill 669 is to do exactly that, put a better process in place so we can move forward on building pipelines.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Madam Speaker, my constituents are sick and tired of this Liberal government. They're sick and tired of exploding deficits. They're sick and tired of tax hikes. They're sick and tired of attacks on our way of life. How much further are these Liberals prepared to go to alienate Canadians before they realize the damage they have done? When will they kill Bill C-69, the bill that will kill energy development in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, our government's moving forward with a plan that's going to help protect the environment and grow the economy at the same time. That includes an overhaul of our environmental assessment process to restore the confidence that was lost under 10 years of Stephen Harper's government. Madam Speaker, during that 10 years, 99% of the resources that were extracted in our natural resource sector were going to the U.S., and after 10 years, it remained that way today. We're moving forward with a plan that's going to incorporate the feedback of Indigenous peoples, protect our environment, and I note in particular the Assembly of First Nations just gave a ringing endorsement to this approach.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Liberals have had 4 years to get the job done, and they haven't done anything on pipelines. Today in my riding, families are struggling to make ends meet. Food banks are running low, and this month families will choose between making their car payments or heating their homes. Now, the Prime Minister says that Canadians are better off under his plan, but his No More Pipelines bill, Bill C-69, is a threat to the livelihood of Canadians who work in the energy sector. When will the Liberals finally put families first and kill Bill C-69?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, let me take the opportunity to correct the Honourable Member. We approved Enbridge Line 3. That is underway now. That will add 370,000 barrels per day capacity to get our resources to the U.S. On top of that, we are moving forward in responding to the court's decision on Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion in the right way, making sure that we are responding to the issues of marine safety, making sure that we are responding in a meaningful way to engage with Indigenous communities to deal with their concerns.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, 1.2 million barrels each day are flowing through pipelines approved by Conservatives. It's 0 new barrels for the Liberals. Today, the Prime Minister is meeting with the Premiers. Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and New Brunswick all want a west-to-east pipeline to bring Canadian oil to Canadian refineries and export to Europe. But the Liberals' No More Pipelines bill is standing in the way and will harm the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of Canadians. So will the Liberals finally at least listen to the Premiers and scrap their No More Pipelines bill C-69?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to take this question on today of all days. I know that in particular, Statistics Canada reported this morning that the Canadian economy has added 94,000 new jobs in just the past month. One of the reasons that we're seeing this is because we're implementing smart economic policies, because we recognize that we can grow the economy and protect the environment at the same time. That's why we're moving with an overhaul of an environmental assessment process to ensure that projects move forward in the right way. After 10 years of governance under Stephen Harper, Canadians lost faith that the environment would be protected and rejected development projects on that basis. We are moving forward with a plan that's going to see our economy grow and our environment protected.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
I asked the Minister of Natural Resources, and he should answer my questions. The fact is that almost 500,000 barrels per day flow to new markets through pipelines approved by Conservatives. More than 8,000 kilometres of pipelines were built under Conservatives, while these Liberals, they've already blocked 7,000 kilometres of pipelines, and they haven't added a single new inch. The Bank of Canada governor says the value of Canada's oil and gas sector shrunk by 42% since the Liberals were elected. That's a crisis they created. And their No More Pipelines bill C-69 will cripple the industry. Will they scrap the No More Pipelines bill C-69?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is appropriate that members should know that one of the pipelines they cite as being built under their tenure was actually built in 1976. All they did was reverse the flow of the pipeline. If that is their record, that clearly demonstrates how they have failed to get anything done. We are moving forward on building the pipeline capacity by approving the Enbridge Line 3, as well as moving forward on Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion in the right way.
Bravo. The honourable member for Victoria.
According to a Department of Public Safety report, fully 86% of participants agreed the government should completely wipe out, not merely suspend, criminal records for minor offences, particularly convictions for cannabis possession. 500,000 Canadians have criminal records for this. They continue to face significant barriers to employment and housing for an activity that's now entirely legal. These Canadians deserve freedom, not forgiveness. Will the Liberals commit to expunging criminal records for cannabis possession?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his advocacy on this issue and this question. Removing the stigma of a criminal record for people who have shown themselves to be law-abiding citizens and encouraging their reintegration enhances public safety for all Canadians. Individuals who have previously criminalized for simple possession of cannabis should be allowed meaningful participation in their communities, good, stable jobs, and become fully contributing members of society. That's why the Government of Canada intends to offer specific recourse, allowing individuals to immediately apply for pardon after completing their sentence and making it free to apply.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Yesterday, I stood in Parliament with leaders from the John Howard Society. They said pardons do not provide enough protection for people with criminal records. They said this: if people's convictions are expunged rather than pardoned, they'll be able to respond no to any questions about their criminal history, no matter how the question's phrased. The government admits Black and Indigenous Canadians have been disproportionately burdened with criminal records for possession. The application of this law has been fundamentally unjust. So will the government do what's just by erasing their records?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pardon's a very effective tool. It's cheaper, it's faster, there is no fee, there is no wait time, the record is sealed and segregated, and it can only be reopened only in extraordinary circumstances, such as committing another offence. The effect of a pardon is protected by the Canadian Human Rights Act. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Carleton.
The honourable member for Carleton.
This government has given Canadians a wage cut. The data out just today shows that inflation is rising twice as fast as wage growth. And that's before the average tax increase of $800 for a Canadian family. And then in January, the carbon tax will take effect. That will add, in the short term, 11 cents a litre to gas, $250 to a home heating bill. Will the government tell us what will be the full price of the carbon tax when it is completely implemented in the year 2022?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, the report to which the honourable member refers actually points out that 94,000 new jobs were added to the Canadian economy just last month. That brings the total of full-time jobs up to almost 700,000 since we took office. At the same time we're growing the economy, we are moving forward with a plan to protect our environment that will put a price on pollution, the details of which are transparent and on our website, that will actually leave middle-class families better off. If the honourable member doesn't accept the answer from me, I suggest he talks to Stephen Harper's former Director of Policy, who can confirm that this is the case.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Accept, Madam Speaker. The report he talked about today shows that wages only went up 1.2%, while inflation is 2.4%. In other words, the cost of living is rising twice as fast as wages, which is a real wage cut for Canadians. Furthermore, the carbon tax will add additional costs onto Canadians. This government admits that it will bring in a new carbon tax price in the year 2022, only a few years from now. How much will that tax cost in higher gas and home heating prices for struggling Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I've watched this honourable member for months try to trick Canadians into thinking there's going to be an increased cost as a result of our plan. We are implementing a plan that will actually result in a net benefit to middle-class families, Madam Speaker. When we're moving forward with a plan, it's actually a feature of our federal law that this money goes back into the pockets of families. And I will watch very closely in the next campaign when this honourable member campaigns on a commitment to take that money from the families in his community.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, auto companies will build the electric and autonomous cars of the future, but sadly not in Oshawa. Twice this week, Liberals refused to let MPs study this very important issue. Twice this week, the Prime Minister was asked to release his plan for affected auto workers in Oshawa. Again, Madam Speaker, nothing. And it's been 2 weeks and the Prime Minister still hasn't even bothered to call Oshawa's mayor to offer his support. So for the third time this week, will the Prime Minister release his plan for affected auto workers before Christmas? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Madam Speaker, as we've mentioned a number of times in this House, our sympathies go out to workers in Oshawa and everyone else affected by this closure. We're disappointed in the closure, but we have assured the people of Ottawa that we will look at every possibility and work with General Motors and any other company moving forward. Madam Speaker, as far as investments in the auto industry go, as far as the car of the future goes, the future for Ontario is bright and promising. GM has invested in Markham, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to work with all automakers and everyone in the industry, the artificial intelligence industry, to ensure the auto of the future.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. The Minister of Innovation has had nearly 2 years to review EORN's broadband network proposal. 25% of Eastern Ontario homes and businesses cannot access broadband services. Business investment and retention, job creation, education, healthcare, basically the overall quality of life of residents in my riding depend on access to reliable, high-speed internet and cellular service. Will the Minister confirm that rural broadband and cellular service is a top priority, and what he is doing to work with the province to ensure that this gets done?
About time.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, broadband connectivity, cell connectivity remains a top priority for this government. Through our Connect to Innovate program, we've invested $500 million, Madam Speaker, across Canada, and that leveraged other investments in that industry. We've managed with 180 projects, Madam Speaker, to connect more than 900 rural communities across Canada. That's many more than the 300 communities initially targeted, including 190 Indigenous communities. Madam Speaker, we invested $10 million in Eastern Ontario to connect 21 communities, including 1 Indigenous community, and 38 institutions. So we are living up, Madam Speaker, to our promises of connecting.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, the Liberals promised compensation to agricultural producers. Well, surprise, surprise, they've announced another lottery for producers. The demonstrations today are proof that this is not enough. Anything seems to go. And how can you be sure to get a spot when you don't have fast enough internet? Only 1,000 to 1,500 projects will be approved, while 6,500 farms in Quebec and 17,000 in the country are seriously affected. Liberals have not understood a thing. Will they finally listen to the producers' demands, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. $350 million in support to producers and processors throughout Canada will be provided. We've already started helping producers in improving their productivity and their competitiveness and their ability to adapt to the agreement. To date, we have provided more than $129 million to 129,000 producers throughout the country. And the second phase of the program will be open for applications at the beginning of next year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Langford?
Madam Speaker, last week the Liberals promised they wouldn't agree to the U.S. oversight clause in the USMCA But sure enough, they signed the agreement with the clause included. American oversight of our Canadian dairy system undermines our food sovereignty and betrays our farmers. This is the third time Liberals have signed an agreement giving away access to our domestic dairy market, and now Americans can dictate our dairy policies. Is this government unable to keep its promises, or do they just not care about our farmers, producers, and supply management system?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government has defended our supply management system from strong American attempts to see it dismantled. We worked hard to advance Canadian agricultural interests at the table. We understand there will be impacts on our farmers, and we're committed to fully and fairly supporting them to help them continue to succeed. The dairy working groups have been announced. They will develop strategies to fully and fairly support producers and processors and ensure the sector can innovate, grow, and remain competitive and sustainable for future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member,
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Madam Speaker, in 2015, Canadians, after 10 years of cuts, were faced with a clear choice. Continue the austerity approach that cut jobs, continue the tax breaks that only benefited the rich.
Better choice. We invested in hard-working Canadians to support and create opportunities for the middle class and those working every day to join it. Le secrétaire parlementaire. Can
the parliamentary secretary tell the House how our plan will benefit Canadian workers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Hull-Aylmer. It's true that for 10 years under the Conservatives, we saw the worst economic results in almost all areas over that decade. The Conservatives still have no plan for the economy, but we have had very encouraging reports.
Jobs that have been created in this country, and the unemployment rate, Madam Speaker, fell to 5.6%, the lowest level recorded. More Canadians are working, our economy is the strongest in the G7, and because of our plan, the average Canadian family will have $2,000 more.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Speaker, another day, another ally taking a stand against Huawei with the news that Japan will ban them from government contracts. BT in the UK is also removing all Huawei tech from their existing mobile network. For months, we've been asking the government to stand with Canadians and protect their cybersecurity. Why do the Liberals keep refusing to do the right thing, ban Huawei from our next generation of 5G technology?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science, Innovation and Economic Development.
The government takes the security of Canada's telecommunications networks very seriously. We've invested more than $725 million to fund a new national cybersecurity strategy to ensure secure and resilient cyber systems and encourage innovation. The Communication Security Establishment, Madam Speaker, has provided advice and guidance on the 4G network, and they will continue to do so on the 5G network. Together with Canadian international partners, Canada's National Security Agency are constantly working to identify threats and will continue to listen to their advice. Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, if the Liberals want us to believe that they take cybersecurity of Canadians seriously, they should just simply take action and ban Huawei. Chinese law demands that this company cooperate with the Chinese government and spy on Canadians. How many more allies and experts have to raise this as a crisis before the government does the right thing and bans Huawei from our 5G network?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Once again, let me reiterate and reassure everyone in this House as well as Canadians that we will never compromise our national security. We will listen to our national security agencies, we will take their advice, and we will move forward. Balanced with that, Madam Speaker, is the fact that we are investing in telecommunications services, which we promised Canadians we would do in order to improve quality coverage and services no matter where they live. 5G is an important part of that picture. Madam Speaker, we'll take the advice of our national security agencies, who will give us the same kinds of advice on 5G that they did on 4G.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, in June, this House voted in favour of our motion to label the Iranian Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist entity. It has been reported that one of the RGC commanders had been ordering hit squads to kill politicians in Iraq that the Iranian regime disapproves of. At the same time, they are holding a Canadian permanent resident in a notorious prison, despite the regime's own acknowledgement that there is no evidence. Why haven't the Liberal have listed the Iranian Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist entity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will always defend human rights and hold Iran to account for its actions. The focus of any discussions we have with the government of Iran are ensuring that equitable and just returns are ensuring that we maintain the focus on human rights and make sure that those citizens who are unjustly detained are returned. Our government is committed to holding Iran to account for its violations of human and democratic rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had the pleasure of going to Abitibi last week, where many stakeholders in Rouyn-Noranda and Val-d'Or and many other areas shared their concerns about NAV Canada's plan to eliminate night air traffic controllers for our area. Could the minister reassure the people of Abitibi and tell them clearly that they will not allow NAVCAN to put their safety in the hands of robots just to save a little bit of money, Madam Speaker?
To the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. The safety and security of our transportation area is a priority. Transport Canada is working with NAVCAN on this file to ensure that all operations of the airports are secure. NAVCAN is currently doing a second round of consultations with the communities, and no decision has been made on this file yet, but there is no question of cancelling nighttime flights.
Mr. West.
The CRTC has launched proceedings to create an Internet Code of Conduct to protect consumers. The problem is, without warning and little notice, they have put the public and experts on an impossible timeline to contribute meaningful input. Even worse, the CRTC is withholding crucial information to allow experts to do their job. The CRTC's irrational approach has become a debacle. Are the Liberals really serious about consumer protection, or is this process smoke and mirrors? Will the minister extend the deadline to allow the public and experts reasonable time to make submissions to the CRTC and ensure a code of conduct is done properly?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. The CRTC has a long track record, Madam Speaker, of consulting Canadians and of working well within the areas of its jurisdiction, including telecommunications and consumer protection. We have every confidence, Madam Speaker, that it will continue to do so. The minister is aware of this process, and we will continue to watch it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I have a very specific question. Yesterday, the leaders of the NDP, the Bloc and the Green Party came together to extend a hand to the entire House of Commons because it is time to recognize the dire urgency of climate change. We don't have time to argue. We have to set aside partisanship and put in a war effort to combat climate change. No single party can tackle this challenge alone. We have to come together and send a non-partisan message, which could make all the difference. Will the Prime Minister accept to work in a non-partisan way with the other parties and call a leaders' summit to tackle climate change? People are watching. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank the honourable member for the question. I'm pleased that just this past week had the opportunity to join him and others from different parties at the All-Party Climate Change Caucus meeting. Madam Speaker, I note in particular that we're sending a delegation to Poland with representatives from different parties as well. But while we're establishing a way to move forward, we are working on a plan that's actually going to protect our environment for future generations. We are phasing out coal more than 30 years ahead of schedule compared to the last government's plan. We're putting a price on pollution. We're investing in clean technology, making historic investments in public transit, and implementing over 50 measures that are going to make a meaningful difference so we can ensure our environment is protected for our kids and grandkids.
Our member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister admitted that he knew in advance about the arrest of a Huawei executive. In other words, he was briefed. but yet the PM expects Canadians to believe he had no idea the RCMP were conducting an investigation into one of its own MPs. An MP whose name turned up on wiretaps regarding terrorist financing and drug money laundering. Will the Prime Minister come clean and admit that he failed to act after being briefed on an MP within his caucus being linked to organized crime?
The Honourable Leader of the Government.
Mr. Speaker, that member, as all members have been informed, the RCMP works independently of government. Government does not direct the RCMP or security agencies to take on investigations. We appreciate their independence and we appreciate the work that they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's claims that he was not aware of the RCMP's investigation into one of his Liberal members on drug money laundering and terrorism financing simply does not stand up. Madam Speaker, if the Prime Minister says he was informed about the imminent arrest of Huawei board members, then when was he informed of the investigation into the member for Brampton East? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, we have already answered this question. The member must be aware that the RCMP works independently from the government. We on this side of the House respect their work and their independence. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, parliamentary immunity serves the purposes of the Liberals when they want to avoid answering simple, legitimate questions. Canadians' expectation of their government is that their member and minister be immune to any corruption at all. Madam Speaker, what are the connections between the trip to India, the real estate developer, the minister, and the member for Brampton East, all of this overseen by the Prime Minister's office? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, the member is mixing up issues and he's doing it on purpose. That is not the way to work in this House. The member knows full well that the RCMP works independently. The minister has answered these questions as well. And it's easy to know whether or not the Conservatives are asking real questions because they're not saying the same things outside the House. The leader of the opposition actually retracted comments he made outside the House, but he continues to put these questions in the House where he's protected.
Madam Speaker, we know that working collaboratively to renew the relationship based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation and partnership is key to achieving reconciliation and moving forward on self-determination for our Indigenous peoples in Canada. The assertion of jurisdiction over education is just one step towards self-determination, and it is vital for communities to be able to teach their children in a way that underscores the importance of their culture and their language. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of Crown Indigenous Relations update this House on the efforts to accelerate self-determination for Indigenous peoples while closing the unacceptable education gap in our Indigenous communities?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the member from Long Range Mountains for a question. Our government is committing to advancing self-determination and ensuring that First Nation students have access to culturally appropriate, high-quality education that meets their needs. The evidence is clear. First Nations-led education systems achieve better results for students. This week, the Minister was honoured to sign an agreement in principle with the Anishinaabe Nation, which represents a major step forward to greater self-determination and a brighter future, most importantly, for their students.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. $1,000, $5,000, right up to $100,000. It's milk lottery time. The Liberal answer to European cheese imports. Here's how it works. Producer names go into a hat, and the lucky winners will get federal government assistance. And those who get a consolation prize on the first round of the program, your name gets taken out of the hat. Too bad, better luck next time. Madam Speaker, all producers will be affected by the concessions, and luck should have nothing to do with this. How can the Minister of Agriculture have accepted such a stupid, unfair program? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Madam Speaker, we have established a $350 million support for milk producers throughout the country. These programs have already started helping producers and processors to increase their productivity and their competitiveness and to adapt to this agreement. To date, We have put more than $129 million in the hands of over 1,000 producers throughout the country, including 876 producers in Quebec, for a total of $15 million. The second phase of the program will be open for applications at the beginning of the new year. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lanty-Labelle. Madam Speaker, this week, during National Safe Driving Week and during Operation Red Nose, the Conservatives are saying there's nothing wrong with having a few beers with your chicken wings before operating a motor vehicle. With the holidays fast approaching, can the Minister of Border Security and Organized Crime Reduction please inform the House what our government is doing to deter impaired driving? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister.
The Honourable Minister of Border Security and Organized Crime Reduction.
Speaker, I'd like to begin by thanking the member from Laurentides-Labelle for his important question, and I'd also like to acknowledge the outstanding work that he and his entire office performed with Operation Red Nose. Madam Speaker, tragically impaired driving remains the leading criminal cause of injury and death in Canada. And yet it is very clear that not everyone has gotten the message, and that's why it was particularly disappointing this week to hear the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, actually defending drinking and driving. Madam Speaker, our government is taking real action against impaired driving with the introduction of tough new measures which have the support of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police and Mothers Against Drink Driving.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, 3 kilometres of the West Fraser Road in my riding has been washed out and impassable for 8 months. Over 250 Indigenous and non-Indigenous families are now put at risk. Children as young as 5 years of age are spending up to 5 hours per day on a school bus because this government can't get funding out the door. How is this acceptable for any government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
For bringing this matter to our attention. Obviously, we're going to be looking at it. As you know, through our historic plan investment in infrastructure. I was in BC recently, Madam Speaker. I was in Sycamus. We've been investing in British Columbia. We'll continue to invest. And I would invite the member to send me a note, and I'm quite happy to follow up with the member because people in British Columbia know that we care for them. They know that we care for the children, obviously, of British Columbia. Right. And we'll do a follow-up on that, Madam Speaker, to provide him an answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government isn't making sense. In the middle of COP24, when the entire world is organizing to tackle climate change, the Prime Minister is talking about buying 7,000 rail cars on the backs of taxpayers to export more tar sands oil. According to the lowest available public estimate, it would cost $840 million. Quebecers shouldn't have to put 1 cent into these oil cars when private companies are making so much profit on our backs. Will the government back down? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, we know that because of the price differential that we're facing in Alberta, there is a very dire situation that we need to deal with. So we're exploring all options that are in front of us. And we will continue to make sure that we do whatever action we take, we do it in the most safest and responsible way, keeping the safety of communities in mind as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member of Joliette. Well, Madam Speaker, according to the lowest available estimate, it will cost $840 million to taxpayers to give a gift of rail cars to oil companies who are amongst the richest in Canada. During that time, the government of Quebec has put out $300 million to take care of the migrants crisis that the federal government is just letting deteriorate. Does the government realize that what Quebec is asking for migrants is not even the minimum cost of these train cars? Will it compensate Quebec instead of giving gifts to oil sands companies?
Of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Madam Speaker, it's important that we as a federal government work closely with our provincial counterparts, and that is what we are doing. It's what we're doing with the government of Quebec. And on asylum seekers, we have already put $36 million into this along with the government of Quebec, and we will continue our conversations with them to make sure that asylum seekers are part of a system that leads to decisions that comply with our laws, and that's what we're talking about with the Government of Quebec. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, after having bought a pipeline at the taxpayers' cost, the government now wants to buy rail cars for oil companies for Christmas. Meanwhile, our dairy producers are going to Montreal on their tractors to tell the Prime Minister that they'll be losing $450 million a year because of these 3 trade agreements. Does the government realize that half of what they're asking for is what's being given to these oil companies for rail cars? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Madam Speaker, we committed to fully and fairly supporting supply-managed producers to help them be successful. We have had working groups along with producers and processors, and with producers and processors of eggs. Together, we will help our producers and our supply-managed processors to innovate, grow, and remain competitive and sustainable for future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just as the world realizes that we have to leave fossil fuels in the ground, the Trump administration has its sights set on the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Something about those words should have given Trump a hint that you're not supposed to drill there. It's the place where the porcupine caribou are essential for their birthing grounds, their calving grounds. It's essential for the Gwich'in people on both sides of our border. What has the Government of Canada done to stand in the way of Donald Trump and his blind rush to develop the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and as always, it's a pleasure to discuss these issues with the Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands. To start, it's important that we flag the priority that is nature and conservation. I note in Budget 2018 we've set aside $1.35 billion, a historic investment for our country in nature and conservation. With respect to the National Wildlife Refuge in Alaska, the regulatory process has not started yet, but Canada will take part, and our submissions will be a matter of the public record. In particular, we have established measures to protect the porcupine herd on our side of the border, including the creation of 2 national parks. Madam Speaker, we're moving forward with a plan to save the caribou for future generations.
The tabling of documents. Oh, is there a point of orders? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, in responding to the question earlier on from the member from Oshawa, I inadvertently misspoke and said Ottawa for Oshawa. I would ask that the record be corrected. I apologize.
Is there another point of order? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just a quick point of order to remind people in this House that we should be respectful in our uses of communicating, and referring to Indigenous populations as our Indigenous people, our Indigenous communities, continues the colonial perspective, so I encourage people to refer to their notes.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Victoria. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the 23rd report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights with regard to Bill C-78, an act to amend the Divorce Act, the Family Orders and Agreements Enforcement Assistance Act, and the Garnishment, Attachment and Pension Diversion Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act. The committee studied the bill and decided to report it with amendments to the House. Introduction, or rather presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by 2,657 Canadians regarding more sustainable practices in fishing in British Columbia.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition initiated by Councillor Terry Towner of Coquitlam, British Columbia. Terry's petition was supported from coast to coast to coast and calls upon the Government of Canada to recognize the valued service within search and rescue communities by establishing a National Search and Rescue Day. A National Search and Rescue Day will honour the living, past and present search and rescue volunteers to whom Canadians owe an immense debt of gratitude. Search and rescue personnel are unpaid volunteers who drop whatever they're doing any time of day or night to search for and provide aid to people who are in distress or imminent danger. There are more than 12,000 search and rescue volunteers throughout Canada who train thousands of hours to provide search and rescue services in the air, on land, and waters within hundreds of established search and rescue teams. Madam Speaker, search and rescue volunteers are unsung heroes who assist citizens in distress and are credited with saving lives. Thank you. I also have a second petition, petition E1759, pertaining to election monitoring in Cambodia. Thank you.
I'm just being told. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of residents of southern Vancouver Island and the Gulf Islands who are petitioning the government over the use of areas, the marine environment, as a parking lot for freighters under the interim protocol. We're seeing many freighters that are spending longer periods of time with more frequency, and this is having an impact not only on the very fragile and sensitive marine environment, but also on coastal communities' well-being. And so their ultimate goal, Madam Speaker, is to ask the government to come up with a plan to discontinue the use of the southern Gulf Islands of BC as a parking lot for freighters. Thank you.
Presentation of petitions. The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to speak today to table a petition from my constituents in Alfred Pellan who care about finding good solutions, innovative solutions to control alcoholic beverages, especially those who have a high concentration of sugar and alcohol.
Reclosable cans as a new standard for alcohol products to ensure the health and safety of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present 3 petitions. The first calls for urgent action from members of Saanich Gulf Islands by constituency to protect the southern resident killer whale population. As we know in this place, they're down to 74 animals and require urgent protective measures. The second petition, Madam Speaker, goes to the issue of the ongoing crisis of violence against women, particularly as it affects Indigenous women. These petitioners from Saanich Gulf Islands call for shifting current cultural attitudes towards women and gender minorities and require structural changes in our education system. The last petition I present this morning, this afternoon, Madam Speaker, it goes to the issue, and there have been many petitions in this place on this point, to end the horrific practice of organ trafficking. The petitioners call on this place to accept Bill C-350 in the House of Commons and Bill S-240 in the Senate. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's an honour for me to rise today to table a petition on behalf of constituents from Courtenay. They've stated that over 4,000 Canadians died in 2017 and over 2,800 in 2016 due to preventable opioid overdose resulting from fentanyl poison sources. The number of preventable deaths has surpassed the total number of deaths of all public health emergencies in the last 20 years, including SARS, H1N1, and Ebola. Those who have died as a result of preventable overdose from fentanyl poison sources. We're valued citizens of this country, our children, siblings, spouses, parents, family members, clients, and friends. And they're calling on the Government of Canada to declare the current opioid overdose and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act in order to manage and resource it with the aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths and to reform current drug policy, to decriminalize personal possession, and lastly, to create with urgency and immediacy a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use substances experimentally, recreationally, or chronically are not at imminent risk of overdose due to a contaminated source.
Presentation of petitions.
North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hundreds of residents from Winnipeg North have been signing a petition in regards to a national pharmacare program. They're calling upon the Prime Minister and all members of this House to recognize the importance of a national pharmacare system, asking that the Ottawa work in cooperation with the different stakeholders, in particular our provinces and others, to ensure someday that we can actually have a unique national pharmacare program for prescribed medicines. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. 2004, 2006, and 2010. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's response to questions number 2005 and 2007 to 2009 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Did the Parliamentary Secretary also mention 2008? No? Yes? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, perfect. Plaît-il à la Chambre que les questions mentionnées soient transformées en ordre?
Does it please the House that these documents be tabled immediately? So ordered.
Mr. Secretary to the Government House Leader?
Yes, Madam Speaker, then I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed? And so ordered. All orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government
orders, government bills, commons.
Senate amendment to Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act.
Mr. Goodell, Ms. Petitpas-Taylor for Mr. Goodell, seconded by Ms. Ying, moves that the amendment made by the Senate to Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act, be now read a second time and concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in support of the legislative amendment to Bill C-21 that has been proposed by our honourable colleagues. The legislative amendment we are debating today is reflective of similar concerns expressed by this House in its consideration of the bill. Namely, that the personal information collected under C-21 be retained for a period of 15 years. The Senate, in consultation with the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, has provided additional wording to ensure that the Canada Border Services Agency would only be authorized to retain the data it collects for a period of not more than 15 years. Madam Speaker, privacy protection is part of the very design of the Entry-Exit Initiative. For one, agreements will have to be established with CBSA and other government departments for the sharing of information. Included here are requirements for the completion of Privacy Act assessments to identify exactly how collected information is to be used, as well as the measures taken to protect privacy before the new system becomes operational. Importantly, when Canada's Privacy Commissioner appeared before the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, the parliamentary committee that examined this bill, he noted that, quote, there are important public policy objectives that this initiative is trying to address, and that the personal information in question is not particularly sensitive. In the Senate, the Privacy Commissioner further expressed his general satisfaction with the bill and the extent to which his office had been consulted throughout the process. Also, Madam Speaker, our government understands the need to provide Canadians reassurance that information sharing initiatives have proper safeguards and review. Through Bill C-59, Canadians have seen that the government is serious about ensuring effective review of Canada's security agencies. We will be more than meeting the expectation of Canadians with this new degree of legislative review. And importantly, this scrutiny will align us with our Five Eyes counterparts who already have such measures in place. The Entry Initiative has broad public policy benefits, as the Privacy Commissioner acknowledged. Madam Speaker, Bill C-21 benefits Canada in many ways, the most important being that it enhances the security and effectiveness of Canada-US border, and in so doing, increases the safety of our citizens. Let me first remind this House how information is exchanged today. Canada currently collects basic biographic information on people coming into Canada, who they are, where they're from, how long they're staying. This information helps our officials identify and respond to potential threats. But when it comes to those leaving the country, we collect information on only a small subset of these people, meaning that at any given moment, we have an important information gap. While we know who enters Canada, we don't have a full picture of who is leaving. The main problem with this information gap is that we might miss the exit from our country of individuals escaping justice or seeking to join radical groups abroad, or of known high-risk travelers and their goods, such as human or drug smugglers or exporters of illicit goods. With this in mind, I will review briefly what C-21 will do. When someone enters the U.S. from Canada at a land border crossing, basic entry information such as name, date of birth, citizenship, passport number, and time and place of entry, the kind of information that is already collected from everyone entering the U.S., will be transmitted from the U.S. to the CBSA. In this way, the record of a person's entry into the U.S. becomes a record of the person's exit from Canada and vice versa. This is new. Currently, at land ports of entry, the U.S. and Canada exchange exit information on only a subset of people, including third country nationals, non-U.S. or Canadian citizens, permanent residents of Canada who are not U.S. citizens, and lawful permanent residents of the U.S. who are not Canadian citizens. With this bill, the data collected expands to include all people exiting Canada by land. The bill would allow a similar situation for a person leaving Canada by air. When someone enters the U.S. by air, their basic information will need to be provided to the CBSA. This information would be transmitted from the airlines to CBSA so that the agency has information on everyone exiting Canada by air. The benefits of this expansion of data pertaining to individuals exiting the country are many. For example, it will help our officials to respond quickly and sometimes preemptively to the outbound movement of known high-risk travelers and goods. It will identify individuals who do not leave Canada at the end of their authorized period of stay. It will verify whether applicants for permanent residency or citizenship have complied with residency requirements, and to deliver faster client services for permanent residency and citizenship applications. It allows us to respond more effectively in time-sensitive situations, such as Amber Alerts. And it allows us to stop using valuable immigration enforcement resources to find people who have already left Canada. It'll allow us to provide reliable information in support of those making admissibility decisions and those carrying active investigations related to national security, law enforcement or immigration, citizenship, or travel document fraud. And it will allow us to better interdict the illegal export of controlled, regulated, or prohibited goods from Canada. All told, Madam Speaker, the Entry-Exit Initiative is another example of how Canada is keeping pace with the rest of the world and living up to its emerging position as a leader in border management. In closing, I'd like to say a few words about the CBSA and how C21 will help its officers better carry out their important work. As all the members know, the CBSA plays a key role in protecting Canada's physical and economic security by detecting threats at the border. Operating 24/7 in a risk management environment, the agency relies heavily on information, including data on who is coming and going and when. Currently, border officers know who comes into Canada, but they don't know all the people who leave. This is a blind spot that could prevent officers from tracking potential dangerous Canadians as they head overseas, such as human traffickers. Without a doubt, for all Canadians, the men and women of the CBSA need to have the proper basic tools, and that includes information, to deliver on their mandate of maximizing our safety and security. Honourable members, for this and a host of other reasons, I encourage you all to join me in supporting this amendment and this important bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. Now, our caucus is supportive of the bill, and I'm pleased to rise to renew that continued support, Madam Speaker. But I can't help but look at this piece of legislation, Bill C-21, in comparison to another bill that's before the House, Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. Now, there's significant differences between the two, Speaker. In particular, this comes to mind with the recent passing of former United States President Bush and the eloquent eulogy offered by former Canadian Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. The friendship and skill of these former leaders stands in contrast to our leader today. Bill C-21 was the product of two former national leaders, former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper and United States President Obama. The legislation was based on an effort to improve security and trade. The two leaders were noted for making history. One recrafted Canadian conservative politics, while the other recrafted a new vision for American presidents. Neither could be found making the kind of erroneous tweets or statements of their successors. Despite ideological and cultural differences, they improved trade and worked together to deal with challenges like the global economic crisis. The difference between our former leaders and the new one today could not be more stark. For me, these two bills tell a similar story. Bill C-21 is based on the work of their predecessors. At committee, we heard numerous people speak to the relevance, importance, and balance of C-21. Concerns were raised, but they were manageable and moderate. In contrast, Bill C-83 failed in every way that C-21 seemed to succeed. Not one witness provided support for Bill C-21 at committee. None. The committee couldn't determine exactly what or how the bill would work, or even if it would meet any of the promises the Minister of Public Safety made. C-21, on the other hand, is a bill to implement improved border cooperation and security that benefits both the United States and Canada. It will boost jobs and opportunity. It will reduce regulatory burden on honest and hardworking Canadians. It will provide safe and effective borders. And it will support Canadians who follow the rules and respect the law. In the incredible riding of Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner, in southern Alberta, that I have the privilege and honour of serving, we have 5 ports of entry between Canada and the United States. These border crossings are critical to our local, regional, and national economy. Products, services, and people cross the border daily. Unfortunately, despite funding being set aside in 2015 by the previous government, the Liberals have yet to deliver a dime to improve and expand border crossings in my riding. Yet another way the Liberals have continued to ignore the needs of Alberta's economy. One of the features of Bill C-21 is the collection of personal entry and exit information at the border. This information will provide better intelligence and understanding of security and trade, ultimately better security and a stronger economy. Naturally, collection information in the age of big data does raise concerns. This was the only issue that surfaced during Senate review. Now, the Senate has offered an amendment to Clause 93.1. Clause 93.1 stated, and I quote, "Subject to Section 6 of the Privacy Act, information collected under Sections 92 and 93 shall be retained for 15 years, beginning on the day on which the information is collected." The Privacy Commissioner was concerned that the original amendment, which came from the Public Safety Committee, would not provide enough certainty. Now, I can understand it is the Privacy Commissioner's role to be concerned and identify that which could go wrong and how things could be abused. Now, to quote the Privacy Commissioner's comments on the matter, he stated in the Senate, and I quote, "The words shall be retained for 15 years clearly indicate that information cannot be destroyed before the end of the 15-year period. There are no words to prescribe what happens after the end of that period," end quote. Now, I would suggest this is a friendly amendment, a minor edit over a concern of the language used to achieve the same objective. I quote from the answer of the Senate. Senator Mary Coy stated that according to the testimony of the Privacy Commissioner, and I quote, "In order to achieve greater legal certainty, Section 93.1 should be amended in order to clarify that the data collected under Sections 92 and 93 shall be retained by the agency for a period of not more than 15 years. So to a maximum of 15 years. He said it would be desirable to achieve greater legal certainty to amend 93.1 to clarify that it applies only to CBSA and that it is a maximum period. That is, the 15-year maximum period. I've personally verified with Mr. Therion regarding the wording of the amendment, agreed amendment by the committee, and he agrees to capture it in his concern regarding the retention period of the CBSA, end of quote. She further noted that Bill C-21 gained broad consensus from all parties in the House and that they have heard a similar level of agreement in this chamber here in this House. Now, I would note that it's not surprising that the Senate would find few issues with this legislation. The bill achieves many important objectives for Canada and for Canadians. The better use of information of people and goods that leave and enter the country will ensure that the government is better informed. It will also make life easier for immigrants and permanent residents who currently have no proof their time in the country, or that they currently have to prove their time in the country, instead of the clear record being available to government. Informed government, Madam Speaker, is a better government. The bill will support faster and more effective trade between our countries, as trusted businesses can move their goods more efficiently across the border without barriers. In contrast, border agents will be able to better identify and target problems, focusing enforcement on the issues rather than honest Canadians trying to go about their business. Like all legislation involving the collection of information, we must be conscious of the collection and use of this data. And as the Privacy Commissioner noted, the majority of the issues raised are addressed, and there is the right balance in this bill. Unfortunately, Bill C-21 is still not an answer to many of the issues caused by this Liberal government and faced by Canadians and our country at the border. There continues to be tens of thousands of illegal border crossers crossing, costing an estimated $1.1 billion to taxpayers, with numerous other provincial impacts. The capacity of local, regional, and provincial social systems are maxed out. A 4-year backlog on asylum claims continues to get longer and longer. resources from communities across the country, including CBSA and border officers, RCMP, and immigration officials, are redeployed into Lacal and other problem areas, leaving communities short-handed. And provinces have run up massive costs that the federal government has offered pennies on the dollar in reimbursement. And more than 2 years later, with now 2 ministers, there is still no clear plan to secure the border and reestablish an orderly refugee and immigration system. Trade between Canada and the U.S. continues to be problematic as steel and aluminum tariffs put manufacturing and construction jobs at risk. The energy sector continues to be subject to the whims of foreign influencers that are aligned with the anti-energy ideologies of this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, I hope the House can move quickly on moving forward with Bill C-21, because this Liberal government has created a long list of problems and crises and regional divides that need the attention of members to undo the damage to families, businesses, and workers. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. My question for him is, when the committee heard witnesses from various departments, officials, dealing with, I'm having a blank, but the department that governs EI and old age security, if there were a mistake and 2 people, for example, had the same name, if they have the same name on their passport and they were identified, we've seen this in all kinds of situations where people get their names mixed up with the no-fly list and so on. So I'd just like my colleague to tell us whether he's reassured that this type of mistake will be avoidable, because I wasn't reassured when I heard the program director testify and say that if someone is cut off from EI because they were in the U.S., but then it was a mistake, the Border Service Agency will be able to clarify things. Is my colleague concerned about that? Could there be situations whereby law-abiding Canadians didn't even go to the U.S. but got their benefits cut off from social programs because of this kind of mistaken identity? The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. As always, very thoughtful in his approach to matters of the House. In all due respect, I think that's a question that would be great for the government to answer. Like him, I sat through witnesses and we had questions and concerns like the no-fly list. We know that there is serious issues that are ongoing there, and we all have faith in this current government, or we put faith in the current government that they will fix it as they said they would. But yes, like in any record system and that's controlled by individuals, by people, there is the potential for error. And when those errors are identified, my hope would be is that they would be rectified and not cause any long-term consequence, unlike the no-fly list. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague could talk a little bit more in terms of the issues the Privacy Commissioner had and, where we need to go from here.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, thank you to my colleague for the question. The Commissioner was referring basically to the area around making sure that the information collected under Sections 92 and 93, the retention period of 15 years, and he wanted some clarity to make sure that what happened to that information after that 15 years was done. He, from what I understand now from the report back from the Senate, is satisfied with the changes that have been made with the amendments from the Senate, and as we as well support the amendment as well as support this bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Medicine Hat, Carstone Warner, for his excellent presentation. And I have a question for him. Under Section 93(1) of the Act, he lives in a bordering community that the U.S. border is not that far from where he lives. And, you know, with the freedom of flight that we have in Canada and in the United States, and the freedom of travel within both countries, whether it's by canoes going across some of our lakes that cross the borders, or traveling vehicles in rural country atmospheres, or aircraft traversing from Canada to the United States. There's a requirement under Section 93(1) that the person in charge of that conveyance, if he travels from a point in Canada to a point outside of Canada, that she or he must report all the names of everyone in that mode of transportation and report it to the border. Do you feel that that's an infringement of the rights of the people on those crafts, or do you feel it's a strong asset to the security of Canada?
Yeah, I won't tell the member how I feel about it. I would ask him to ask the questions through the speaker and not directly to the members. The honourable member for Cardston, Medicine Hat. Sorry, the other Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure you would answer the question the same way that I'm about to answer it. First of all, thank you to my friend for the question. The intent behind this legislation was to improve national security, to track individuals crossing back and forth, to improve trade and commerce, and so that individuals who pose no risk were able to freely move back and forth. And I'm of the belief that those individuals who have no reason to be, who are law-abiding and follow the rule of law, have zero concern with subjecting themselves to border officials, either in the United States or Canada, and answering that simple question of who is in your mode of conveyance and who were they, and it's a tracking mechanism that will come back to someday, add some higher level of security to our national security threats. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech here today on C-21. He did bring up a number of interesting points, one in particular about the provinces that are forced right now to pay for some of these people coming over to the borders. We just heard today from the province of Quebec, they are $300,000 down on these immigrants or these people, illegal people coming across the border. I just want, like the honourable member to comment on that. He mentioned it in his speech, and today it was mentioned that Quebec, the province of Quebec, is out over 300,000 right now.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I did mention that in my speech today, and I mentioned it specifically to highlight that this bill needs to be passed quickly through this place, because there are so many critical issues going on in our country that need the attention and the will of this House to fix. And one of them is exactly as he mentioned, the issue of the illegal border crossers and the strain they're putting on the normal, fair, and compassionate border or immigration system, excuse me, that had been in place prior to this current government taking over. And other issues in the Alberta economy and across this country, Oshawa with job losses. There are critical issues going on this front and in this country, and we definitely need to get this through so we can focus on those issues. Thank you for the question. Great job.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, Madam Speaker, I know the member is fully aware of Bill C-83, and I'm comparing Bill C-83 to C-21. And I know that we sit on a committee together, and we listen to many, many witnesses come in to talk to us on Bill C-83, where everybody kept saying it's a bad bill. In fact, there were no witnesses that came forward to say that Bill C-83 was a good bill, except for the minister and his entourage that attended with him. And Bill C-83 is an important bill. It's a very important bill that it protects our jail system, Madam and Speaker, and it protects the guards, it protects the prisoners within the system, and it's supposed to look after, it's supposed to improve, but it was a bad bill. No one agreed it was a bill that should go ahead, yet we were going to deal with it earlier this morning. But here we have a bill C-21, which is necessary. It assists Canadians and Americans traveling back and forth. It helps the security of our country. Do you want me to I wonder if the member would just comment on a little bit more on Bill C-21 through you.
Yeah, a brief answer from the member from Medicine Hat, Cardston, and I'm sorry, but I did try to catch the member's attention to let him know his time was running out to ask the questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and as always, I thank my colleague for his question. The differences between C-83 and C-21 are vast, and they're completely opposite ends of the spectrum. It's obvious that C-21 is a piece of legislation that's a piece off of what was started before under the Beyond the Borders Action Plan that our previous government initiated, and this current legislation on C-83 is a dog's breakfast of we're not sure what, and it's a mess, and no one supports it. So thank you again for the question, Madam Speaker.
Je suis maintenant prête à rendre ma décision.
I am now ready to give my ruling on motion 17 to amend C-83. I would like to thank the member for Belleuil-Chambly for having raised this issue, as well as all the other members who intervened. The issue is to know whether or not the House can proceed with debate when the English and French versions do not correspond. In our case, there were certain provisions in the English version that did not appear in the French version.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington submitted the text of her motion in English. Unfortunately, the French translation that was provided along with the royal recommendation for this motion was incomplete. It is this incomplete French version of the motion that appears in the notice paper. Même si les députés ont le droit.
Even if members have the right to bring forward motions and amendments in one of the official languages, the Speaker understands how important it is for all members to have access to the reading of the bill in the language of their choice.
And practices, third reading, states at page 565, if the chair finds the form of the motion to be irregular, he or she has the authority to modify it in order to ensure that it conforms to the usage of the House. I am therefore directing that the French version of motion 17 be corrected and republished in the notice paper before the next sitting of the House. I thank all honourable members for their attention. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm very pleased to rise and speak on the motion dealing with Senate amendments for C-21. Madam Speaker, there's been a long history to Bill C-21. I'm going to give you some examples of that. But I want to say that I do support the Senate amendment, and I will explain why.
The story of Bill C-21 is an interesting one because it was a bill that was tabled. At this point, we're closing in on the 3-year mark, 3 years ago. And what's unfortunate about that, Madam Speaker, is that I'm looking at one issue in particular, the no-fly list kids, a group well known to the members of this House, a group of parents who have children who are on the no-fly list. who are false positives because they share the name with an individual who's been flagged on this list. And the reason I raise this particular issue, Madam Speaker, is because originally when these parents came to Parliament Hill and asked the government to respect commitments that it had made to fix this issue, there was a need. We were told by the government, the Minister of Public Safety more specifically, that they had to lobby the Minister of Finance because we need money for the redress system. Great, we'll go talk to the Minister of Finance. So they did that. And what happened, Madam Speaker? Fantastic. The money was announced in the last budget. It was a nonpartisan effort that I was proud to be a part of, and certainly we were pleased with that. But then what happened, Madam Speaker? Oh, well, we're going to need to adopt Bill C-59, an omnibus piece of legislation dealing with a whole slew of national security elements, one chapter of which in this hundreds of page-long bill deals with the no-fly list. And conveniently, Madam Speaker, we were saying that bill needed to be precipitated right at the time that it arrived in the Senate and is being held up there. Mais Madame la Présidente, c'est quoi la pertinence?
Madam Speaker, what is the problem here? Well, the Minister of Public Safety made certain press releases, and it said, well, we have to pass C-59. And what did we see over the months? Well, Bill C-21 was tabled 3 years ago. And that was also delayed in the Senate. And what happened? Well, all of a sudden, about a month or two ago, at the same time when the parents who have children who are on that no-fly list were lobbying on the Senate side to expedite passage of Bill C-59 so that atrocious problem would be resolved, well, all of a sudden the same critic for the Minister of Public Safety said, oh, well, C-21 should also be passed quite quickly. And what happened? Well, Bill C-21, after 3 years, 1 year at the Senate, was brought in. Now, I don't want to accuse anyone of bad faith, but it seems to me that there is nothing in Bill C-21 that is relevant to that problem that has lasted for too long. So I just want to take this opportunity to point that out in the House, because I think, unfortunately, even though I'm trying to be nonpartisan, I think I have to be partisan and say this is very unfortunate, because parents have been stuck at airports, and the government has used that problem for its legislative agenda. And if the work had been done properly, well, there wouldn't be those kinds of delays in the Senate.
Being said, I do want to address more specifically the amendments from the Senate. And I'm pleased to see that the Senate has improved on an amendment that I presented at the Public Safety Committee that was supported by all colleagues. And my amendment, Madam Speaker, was to actually prescribe a retention period of the data that C-21 deals with at the border. Now, just to give the background on this, Madam Speaker, New Democrats opposed Bill C-21 despite some things in the media that I read in June saying things like the bill quietly passed the House. Well, no, Madam Speaker, we opposed this bill and we raised some serious concerns about it in committee. And, Madam Speaker, one of the concerns that was raised by the Privacy Commissioner was the fact that we're collecting entry-exit data at the border to share with Americans tombstone data, as the Minister of Public Safety morbidly calls it. And that data, Madam Speaker, is concerning, because what we're seeing in the national security field, and CBSA is no exception to this, is this larger net that's being cast on the type of data we collect. And certainly the Minister listed a bunch of laudable goals for collecting this data, dealing with kidnapped children, for example, in some horrible, difficult custody cases, dealing with human trafficking, dealing with cracking down on people who are abusing the EI and the OIS system. We'll get back to that in a moment, Madam Speaker. But these goals certainly on paper sound laudable, but don't diminish the privacy concerns that are being raised, particularly with the current administration that we see in the U.S. with collecting this type of information. Because what civil society will tell you with these issues, Madam Speaker, is that it's this notion of the web of inference, this large net that we cast in the national security field, and data that might seem innocuous collected for legitimate purposes on the one hand can easily be shared in this information sharing regime we have now with other agencies for a whole variety of objectives that might not necessarily have been the original intent of the legislation. Donc, dans ce contexte-là, Madame la Présidente, on a...
So, in that context, we heard the concerns raised by the Privacy Commissioner And those concerns had to do with that time period, that unlimited time period. And my amendment set that at 15 years. And that was a recommendation from the commissioner himself. Now, I heard some say in the media that perhaps that was too long a period. And I'm open to their concerns, but ultimately, we have to listen to the privacy commissioner. Now, following the adoption of my amendment, Madam Speaker, at the Senate, we heard testimony from the privacy commissioner again, and he said that perhaps the wording of our amendment was not the most appropriate, that perhaps it hadn't been drafted as well as it could have been, and that one might infer that the period was a minimum of 15 years rather than a maximum, which had been our intention. So he himself realized that that wasn't the intention, and therefore the Senate made that correction, which actually improves the amendment that I had brought forward. And I was very pleased to see all-party support for that at the committee. So, of course, we will be supporting the Senate amendment. Now, the government's motion today supports that Senate amendment. So even though we are opposed to the bill, we do support the motion today, whose purpose is to adopt the Senate amendment.
Moment to address. I've raised some of the concerns we had at the time with Bill C-21, and I raised earlier quickly in enumerating some of the things the minister said, another piece, and that's the issue of OAS and EI. Now, we had the appropriate ministry there represented saying, talking about all these great savings that they're going to make on all this abuse that the EI system has, the OAS system. Madam Speaker, putting aside the fact that I find it fundamentally offensive that we talk about savings on systems that are programs that are there to help the most vulnerable in our society, Madam Speaker. Certainly, it's, you know, and they even acknowledge themselves in committee, these officials, that quite frankly, they believe in the good faith of people who are claiming EI and who are receiving OAS. But here's the problem, Madam Speaker, and I refer to some news articles that appeared in June of this year, 2018. For example, we had the Canadian Snowbirds Association that talked about their concern with the kind of information or lack thereof that is being shared with the people whose personal information is now being shared in an effort to potentially crack down on supposed abuses. So, for example, a situation as innocuous as overstaying in the condo you own in the U.S. for a day and then getting docked some of your OAS payments and other government programs coming back to Canada. And in some cases, Madam Speaker, even on the flip side with the IRS in the U.S. Being turned away at the border when you try and return to the U.S. to go visit, for example, friends or family, or go live in a secondary residence that you might have there, Madam Speaker. And so certainly there's concerns being raised with that notion. And I want to just open some parentheses here and say that we certainly understand that Democrats agree. We don't want to see these systems be abused because that would be essentially money being stolen from those who actually need it. But we also have to understand, Madam Speaker, that when we're talking about information sharing in an effort to crack down, I think there needs to be more robust parameters in place to how we're communicating with those individuals who could potentially be affected. Madame la Présidente, c'est certain que
Madam Speaker, clearly the other concern we have has to do with the EI system. We're in a situation where the government, and I'm sure my colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte and my colleague from Churchill, well, she'll forgive me, I'm sorry, I don't remember the full name of her riding, which is a very long one, but my colleagues will testify to the importance of improving the EI system. There is the EI black hole. There are the 15 weeks. These are problems. And despite the good words of the government, these problems remain. We have government officials coming before the committee to boast about agreements we have with the United States and that these agreements will help protect Canadian travelers. I understand that we want to put an end to an abuse of the current system by putting in appropriate safeguards, yet it's also clear, Madam Speaker, that the government's priorities seem to be a problem. and even more so, again, I was talking about the fly list at the beginning of my speech, is that what we've seen is that in a context where the data provided, the minister said that very little of this information is shared. The minister constantly referred to tombstone information, which is on page 2 of a passport, but that leads to another problem, because when there are not enough identifiers, that might lead to problems identifying an individual within a government program, for instance, a tax program or others. I don't have to look farther than my own family. My younger brother's wife is a twin, and her sister has the same tombstone information as her twin sister. There's very little information that is different, but they are constantly having to re-identify themselves with organizations like credit rating agencies, banking institutions, and others. They've had all kinds of problems in the past, and I certainly hope that it doesn't continue, but it probably won't be the last time they have to re-identify or confirm their identity with some of these organizations. The minister is providing us with reassurances, but you could have an EI recipient who has not even traveled to the United States, but who might share the same name and date of birth as another person, and who will be misidentified by a department which does not even receive the information. It is the employment department which receives the information, and we as MPs have to help our constituents when they deal with departments.
Are even more troubling for a variety of reasons. Firstly, I asked specifically those representatives in committee about EI, OAS, and other payments. I asked them, I said, what do you do if there's a mistake? What if someone sees their EI cut off and they're told, well, it's because you went to the U.S.? And they say, no, I didn't. Why is my EI being cut off? The response I got, Madam Speaker, if you can believe it, well, I was told, well, they would need to take that up with CBSA. But what happens with CBSA, Madam Speaker? The only national security agency in this country that doesn't have a dedicated oversight body. Isn't that convenient, Madam Speaker? And that's extremely problematic and a far from satisfying response for those who can see desperately needed benefits at their most vulnerable cut, when all because of a mistake that will be made in an effort to share even more information with the U.S. at their request, I might add, Madam Speaker, because that's where this whole system stems from. Moreover, I asked the question, Madam Speaker, well, then there is a recourse system, a complaint system built into the law, Madam Speaker, but until CBSA has proper oversight, something the minister has promised time and time again over the last 3 years since he's been on this portfolio, and just has not happened. It's funny when you think of a bill like C-59, for example, that's the biggest overhaul to our national security, like it or not, in the last 30 years, and despite all these reassurances and saying that the Committee of Parliamentarians, the new oversight body, the so-called colloquially Super CERC in Bill C-59, but Madam Speaker, while these bodies may deal with CBSA, they're actually only dealing with CBA in a specific context of national security. And I've often asked, CBSA, it could be argued, is always dealing with national security, dealing with the border. However, the question can be posed, is it an issue of national security when someone has their EI cut because of information collected by CBSA? That's a question that remains unanswered, and it's the fact that it is unanswered is exactly why we have a problem, among other things, certainly with Bill C-51. I want to raise one last point, Madam Speaker, and that's the people of Akwesasne First Nations who came to both our committee in the House and the Senate committee. Their community lies across borders. So as they explained to us, they've got children who are born in upstate New York and then live in Canada. They've got folks who sometimes work in the U.S. And sometimes, if you can believe it, Madam Speaker, they need to start in Canada, go through the U.S. and come back to Canada just for the commute home because of the geography of their location. And certainly that I'm pleased to see that they can cross those borders, because those aren't the borders borders that should be imposed on them as the first peoples of this land. But, Madam Speaker, they already deal with certain difficulties based on how the information that CBSA shares with appropriate ministries for different government benefits that they are entitled to. And so you can imagine under a regime proposed like in Bill C-21, those problems may be exacerbated. No special dispensation for folks like that, unfortunately, in this legislation, and that's also a concern, Madam Speaker. Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais conclure.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to conclude by saying that I'm happy I was able to reiterate my arguments against this bill. I understand that we want a seamless border. We want to work with our allies. We want to make sure that our social programs are not being taken advantage of. But ultimately, Bill C-21 is an additional information sharing legislation where it seems that there is insufficient protection of the privacy of individuals. As well, C-20, and it is in that context that we should be concerned about this bill. If we share even more information, the Prime Minister and the President of the United States promised to improve collaboration at the border. Fingerprints are being taken, cell phones are being searched. Over the last year, there was even talk of having U.S. agents in Canada and vice versa. I don't want to sow fear, but we do have reasons to be concerned, especially when we see how the current president is going about his functions. We have social programs. They should not be abused. So I understand the intentions behind this bill, which might be laudable, but it's how the bill will be implemented that is worrying. Therefore, we oppose this bill.
Member for Yellowhead.
Madam Speaker, through you, I'd just like to ask the member, he was concerned with U.S. officials being in Canada in our joint border agreements, but that has been in place for a considerable length of time in Vancouver International Airport, and I believe in some of our other international airports, and it seems to be working quite well. I traveled through United States to Mexico last year, and I had to go through one of those facilities. It was very efficient, very friendly, wasn't intrusive at all. And I'd like to know if he would comment through you, Madam Speaker, because it's already in place. And
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. I believe he's talking about pre-clearance, which is obviously another issue, and C-23 and C-21 are sister pieces of legislation in the sense of the agreements that have been signed with regards to the border between the government of Canada and the United States government. So, Madam Speaker, I think the issue here that we're facing, to my colleague's point, is certainly, the one bad apple doesn't, we don't want it to poison the whole basket, but whether it's on pre-clearance, and more specifically with Bill C-23, we certainly had issues with that. We were proud to oppose it, given the unprecedented powers that we were giving to American agents on Canadian soil. But even when it comes to Bill C-21 and this type of information sharing, my colleague raises that issue. I don't run into any issues when I'm at the border. I'm certain many of my colleagues here don't. But that's not who we're fighting for, Madam Speaker. We're talking about these individuals who get profiled, these individuals who, once their names are in a Department of Homeland Security database, God only knows what's going to happen after that. When you look at the no-fly list kids, let's face it, we see that a disproportionate number of them are Muslim. And why is that? Because of the names that are on the no-fly list, an American no-fly list in many cases. And that, Madam Speaker, is where our biggest concern is, because obviously as Canadians, with the Charter, with our values, our priorities, despite them being a friend, an ally, a neighbor, and certainly I don't want to discount that, can sometimes be a little different, particularly in this day and age when we see the comportment of the U.S. administration. So, Madam Speaker, when we oppose legislation like this, it's because we do not believe that with this widening national security net, even innocuous information that's being shared, that the robust safeguards that are required to protect Canadians' charter rights, their privacy, are just not there in place. And it's particularly true when it comes to our dealings with the Americans, who obviously have different legal safeguards in place, many, if not all of which, do not apply to Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Somewhat concerned. I look at it as it was the Liberal Party that actually brought in the Charter. We are a party of the Charter. We understand the rights and freedoms and how important those are. But we also understand, Madam Speaker, the economic and social impact that that long border between Canada and the U.S. have. And there is some responsibility to be able to monitor the flow. I was surprised to the degree in which the NDP opposed pre-clearance and some of the things that we've been doing on the pre-clearance. Many of the individuals, like Winnipeg Airport's a good example, there is a great benefit derived from pre-clearance procedures, and you do need to work with the different stakeholders. And I look at this legislation, and I see it as something that's going to help facilitate into the future travel and trade, both of which are of utmost and critical importance to virtually every Canadian, Madam Speaker. And I would question why it is that the NDP do not recognize the importance of trade and commerce and travel between Canada and the U.S., and why they don't believe that it's necessary to change with time. Time causes and dictates a need for change at times.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Party of the Charter. Let me talk about business. And that's a great question here, Madam Speaker, because that's the issue, is that we get it. We understand the importance of that relationship. And I just want to say, Madam Speaker, you can't just brandish the Charter or brandish creating supply management and brandish these things that have happened historically and think it's your get-out-of-jail-free card. Madam Speaker, it doesn't allow you to escape your responsibilities for how you draft legislation now. C-23, pre-clearance. I don't have a problem with pre-clearance. I understand that I do not, despite the members heckling. What I have a problem with is legislation that allows American border guards to carry firearms on Canadian soil. I have a problem with legislation that allows American border guards to detain indefinitely people who, guess what, will likely be profiled, the people that will be profiled for their religion and the color of their skin. Madam Speaker, I have a problem with the fact that while we have hardworking men and women in the CBSA, that somehow we feel that we need to give these extra powers to American agents and we're going to look the other way. Don't worry, we're the party of the Charter. Nothing's going to go wrong. Madam Speaker, that's just not something that we find acceptable. And I'm surprised that this member, he likes to accuse Conservatives and New Democrats of always seeing the world in black and white, but it's funny because it says, no, you're against pre-clearance. We are not against pre-clearance, Madam Speaker. We are against giving Americans unfettered rights to operate on Canadian soil when we know that right now there's a president of the White House who wants nothing more than to see his Border Patrol detain people just because he doesn't like the way they look or the religion that they practice. That, for New Democrats, is completely unacceptable, Madam Speaker. And I'd like the member to explain to me why he believes that collecting tombstone data from page 2 on the passport to make all these great savings for EI and OAS is good for business. It's not for business, Madam Speaker. It's going to hurt some of the most vulnerable in our society. But hey, who cares when you're the party of the Charter, right?
Hey. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for not only his speech, but his very passionate and spirited pre-Christmas dissertation. He asked me a question earlier on, Madam Speaker, in regards to after my speech, and I want to put that question to him. Is he confident that this legislation, that the current government will address the issues of the no-fly list, of those who could have duplicate names on that show up with the concerns that have been raised, and that those could be rectified, or do we still have a problem that those will continue on even with this legislation the way it's currently written?
The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I'd like to take this opportunity to say that it's a pleasure to work on the committee with him. I believe it is one of the best committees, the friendliest committees to be on, and I certainly hope that the ambiance on the committee will continue. On the issue he raised in his question, well, that's exactly what I'm concerned about. I put that question directly to the official from the department who had appeared to speak to the fact that some people will end up on no-fly lists or because, for instance, of an EI issue. Mistakes happen. We're human. Mistakes happen. How do you fix those mistakes, though? So I put the question to her, and she said that those responsible for the data, including, is the Canada Border Services Agency and not the department. So put yourself in the position of an EI beneficiary who is calling the department to ask, my benefits have been cut off because apparently I went to the United States when I wasn't. Well, that person will be referred to, if the person gets the right referral, to the Canada Border Services Agency. And as I said before, it's the only agency in Canada which deals with national security, but which is not overseen by an independent entity. So I believe that for vulnerable persons, this bill does not go far enough to protect them, and I'm very concerned that these people will be penalized and that they will not have any recourse to right the wrongs against them. Thank you. We have time for one last brief question.
For Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, very brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague again for his very thoughtful response. Very briefly, I'm just curious to know whether in the minutes he's got left or moments he's got left, whether there is a thought that he has of how we can actually fix the issue that he's addressed, whether it be more amendments or some adjustments to the bill that we have before us, or other legislation to address the issue of concern that he raises, which is a great issue.
Brief response, the member for Belleuil-Chambly.
To respond to that one briefly, because I think we just need to revisit how we tailor these agreements. I certainly understand, as I said in an earlier response, that we obviously want to have a good relationship with the U.S., and allow the activity that happens between us and our neighbor and ally to happen. That being said, I think that integration at the border can be problematic because the objectives that Canada has and the objectives that the U.S. has at the border are not always the same. We don't apply some of our laws in the same way, and we're seeing it now, whether it's with the legalization of marijuana, whether it's with this legislation, pre-clearance, etc. Even use of force, for example, Madam Speaker. There's all sorts of standards that are very different in how the U.S. operates at the border, and so I think we need to revisit, we can have collaboration. Is integration the response? I don't necessarily know. I think it's a much broader question than I unfortunately have time for today.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I may, I would just like to say to my colleague for Belleuil-Chambly, he said a few moments ago that the Public Safety Committee was possibly one of the friendliest committees on the House, but on the Agriculture Committee, we've got a great team. The committee operates really well. The members from every party work hand in hand. Unfortunately, as sometimes happens, we don't agree with our colleagues, and things might become a little more heated. But that's what happens on parliamentary committees. It is the role of parliamentary committees and members in the House to do their jobs. But that said, I'd like to congratulate members of the Public Safety Committee who do an outstanding job on all of their files. A great deal of the work that members do in the House happens not just here in this chamber, but elsewhere. Of course, we do work here in this beautiful House of Commons, but at committee, we also work very hard on behalf of all Canadians. So I believe that once in a while, it's important to point that out. Madam Speaker, Bill C-21 is a bill that focuses on customs and the border. I can't speak to this issue without first taking a few minutes to refer to an extremely important file which relates to the border, and that is illegal migration, which we are currently dealing with. The reason why I think we should talk about that issue now Madam Speaker. And this is in line with this bill, is because the Parliamentary Budget Officer has published a report on the costs of these irregular arrivals into Canada. The Parliamentary Budget Officer shed some light on the crisis at our border with the United States. 38,000 people entered illegally into Canada since 2017. I say illegally because on this side of the House, again, we like using words which tell it like it is. Because if you take the time to read the signs which have been put up on the border along Roxham Road, it's clearly stated that it is illegal to cross the border at that point. And yet, many people do so. 38,000, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, came into the country in the last year, and that's why we call them illegal migrants. So, again, since 2017, 37,000 of these illegal migrants arrived into Canada, not only across Roxham Road, but most of them go through that point of entry. In January of 2017, the Prime Minister made a very famous tweet. He said, "Welcome to Canada." Now, this tweet reverberated around the world, so much so that as a result, 38,000 illegal migrants came into the country. However, there were other consequences as well. The information of the Parliamentary Budget Officer showed us that the financial support they get is higher than the minimum wage of Canadians. So by 2020, if the Prime Minister does nothing to stop that flow, it will cost Canadians $1.1 billion to process and look after all of these irregular migrants. It'll cost the provinces as well. Now, the Prime Minister of Canada is in Montreal now with provincial premiers, and we've learned today that the government of Quebec has asked for $300 million from Ottawa to settle these illegal migrants. And this is the amount that it'll have cost the province since the famous tweet in 2017. What was the Prime Minister's response? Well, he said that Quebec could receive $36 million to look after the urgent needs of these illegal migrants. It seems that the government is trying to play a game. We'll pay for the basic survival fees for these migrants, but the social costs fall mostly to the government of Quebec. So the government is trying to evade its responsibilities. It is the responsibility of the federal government to look after these migrants because it was triggered by the Prime Minister's tweet. So, $36 million, not enough money. Quebec is asking for $300 million, and I really hope that the federal government is going to respond favorably to that request. Again, there was talk of costs of $1.1 billion, and that money could otherwise have gone to meet the needs of Canadians. So it's a failure. This is a situation which shows the extent to which the Prime Minister is failing when he should be acting on the international stage. We've seen this in the free trade agreements. There are tariffs on steel and aluminum and softwood lumber. We were able to settle the problem with regard to wheat imports, but others remain. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we're working very hard on this side of the House to show Canadians that the government, when it comes to the border, when it comes to fixing border-related issues such as illegal migration, is failing from start to finish. Now, there's another topic which has to do with the border and which the Prime Minister will address next week, is the signing of the World Compact on Migration. This is a UN compact, and it seeks to establish standards on worldwide migration movements. Now, I would call on the Prime Minister to reflect on the consequences of signing this compact. Since the Prime Minister's tweet in January of 2017, it seems that his government doesn't really care about ensuring our border integrity. Again, so many illegal migrants are coming into Canada, and this UN compact for migration seems to be in line with the Prime Minister's sensibility on migration, which he demonstrated in January of 2017. And that's why, and this is no secret, we don't think Canada should sign this UN compact on migration. Canadians alone should decide who comes into their country and in what circumstances, not foreign bodies like the UN. So, Madam Speaker, this is another topic which I wanted to speak to before addressing Bill C-21, which we are debating today. Madam Speaker, in this debate on Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act, I would like to remind this House of the fact that in June 2016, the Prime Minister introduced Bill C-21. It is a bill which will allow the Canada Border Services Agency to collect biological data on Canadians when they enter or leave the country, and it will give discretionary power to the CBSA. The CBSA will be able to collect information but will not be obliged to do so. Under this act, any merchandises leaving the country will have to be declared, and the CBSA will have the power to investigate any goods leaving the country. There are two exemptions with regard to the export of goods. First of all, any goods leaving or entering the country by boat are exempted, and second, any movements within the country will not have to be declared. Further, the bill will also make illegal the trafficking of illegal goods, and this applies to regulated goods. What we need to remember, and you will understand why the Conservative government will not support this bill, although we will support the Senate amendment, is because this is part of the Beyond the Border Action Plan, which was supported jointly by Prime Minister Harper, former Prime Minister Harper, and President Obama. This Beyond the Border Action Plan is a long-term border security plan. The Common Declaration, if I may refer to it, laid out areas of cooperation, key areas between Canada and the U.S. So the purpose of this action plan was to counter threats upstream, to facilitate trade, economic growth, and the creation of jobs, to apply trans-border laws, and to have critical infrastructure and cybersecurity. Based on the action plan, the implementation of the information sharing aspect should have been completed by June of 2016. After his first official visit to the U.S., Prime Minister Harper agreed to a basic biographic entry and exit sharing plan. It's 2018. Why has it taken so long to bring about the adoption of this bill, which for us is quite logical? The bill has the support of the governments of both countries. We should have moved forward faster with it. The bill will help ensure the security of Canadians. This bill will also help prevent the entry into Canada of people who will take advantage of our system and the exit of Canadians who would rather spend part of the year in a warmer climate. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, we believe that this bill must be adopted as quickly as possible. I see my time is up. Thank you so much for giving me this time. The member for Mégantic-L'Érable will have 8 minutes and 15 seconds the next time we debate this bill in the House.
A point of order.
Madam Speaker, unfortunately, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the consideration, the amendments of Bill C-21 and Act to amend the Customs Act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Since it is 1:30, the House will now proceed with private members' bill as per the projected order of business.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-415, an act to establish a procedure for expunging certain cannabis-related convictions, standing in the name of Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that Bill C-415, an act to establish a procedure for expunging certain cannabis-related convictions, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in the House this afternoon to present my private member's Bill C-415. My bill would have the effect of expunging or erasing criminal records for the 500,000 Canadians who have records for the possession of small quantities of cannabis, which of course became a perfectly legal activity in October of this year. This is a matter of fundamental justice, and I urge all members to support this initiative. To government members, I urge you particularly to keep an open mind and to study this bill and amend it so we can move it forward as quickly and effectively as possible. As far back as 2012, of course, the Liberal Party passed a resolution, number 117, on cannabis legalization. And it's curious to note that it used the word in that resolution of elimination of all criminal records for simple possession. So I'm pleased that the Liberal Party agrees with me that expungement and not merely record suspension is what is required in this circumstance. Now, according to a report commissioned by the Department of Public Safety, fully 86% of those surveyed agreed that completely erasing criminal records for minor offences, particularly cannabis possession, was the right thing to do. And judging by the enormous outburst of editorial support that I'm pleased to have received from coast to coast, Canadians get it. They support this initiative because Canadians are fair-minded people who recognize the unfairness inherent in continuing to burden people with the effects of a criminal record for something that is now legal. Now, I stood yesterday in the House with a prominent Aboriginal leader from British Columbia, with people from the John Howard Society, and with Senator Pate, of course, the former executive director of the Elizabeth Fry Society. They all called on the government to get with this, expunge records, and not to rely, as I'll explain why it would be inappropriate to do, on the issue on merely criminal record suspension in this context. Now, Madam Speaker, I have three fundamental arguments in the short time available I would like to make. First, to challenge the government's assertion that they will be bringing on immediate pardons. The word immediate, I think, means now, and I'll explain why that's simply not possible. Secondly, I want to address the government's apparent argument that expungement is somehow reserved for only one category of past historical injustices and not things like this. Only record suspensions, apparently in their mind, is appropriate in this context. And thirdly, to tell Canadians about just how the unjust application of cannabis laws in our country has happened. I think it's undeniable that there has been an injustice. So on the first point about the timing, the government has, of course, had several years to address this signature initiative, cannabis legislation. Unlike other jurisdictions like California and Vermont, when they brought in their laws, they brought this piece in at the same time, and they suspended and automatically expunged, rather, the records for people with convictions of small quantity of cannabis. The Liberals chose not to do that. They said, now we should wait for record suspensions. Sometimes they call them pardons, and that will happen sometime soon, maybe with legislation introduced, I presume, in the spring. Of course, Madam Speaker, Canadians know there will be an election in October. They know it has to pass any initiative through both houses and be proclaimed in law. So it's likely that that won't even take place until 2020, if my arithmetic is right. I think Canadians, when they hear the word immediate, mean something different. And I would urge them to work with my bill and make it better so we can get on with the task that should have been commenced when we brought in legalization in the first place. Second argument is this arbitrary distinction between expungement reserved for something called historical injustices and pardons for something else. I don't know who is giving legal advice to the Liberals on this point. I've had the good fortune of getting opinions from Ben Berger, professor of law at Osgoode Hall, and noted constitutional lawyer, Professor Kent Roach of the University of Toronto. And they see absolutely no distinction in law. And I see none in public policy for what the government seems to be insisting upon. Let me quote from a leading Toronto criminal lawyer, Anna Maria Enenajor of the Campaign for Cannabis Amnesty. She said this, and I quote, "The government leaves the impression that restrictions exist on the government's ability to issue expungement for the offense of simple cannabis possession that are beyond its control. This is false. There is nothing in Canadian law that prohibits our government from issuing expungements for offences that, in their application, unjustly targeted racialized and Indigenous communities. It simply chooses not to do so. This is a policy decision." Close quote. Professor Kent Roach says this, "The Charter is the minimum, not the maximum, in terms of our sense of justice. The government's proposed pardon scheme also reveals larger problems with our pardon system, which, among other drawbacks, is conditional on future good behavior." So, Madam Speaker, I think that there's no distinction possible, although the government wishes to make it. I urge them to keep an open mind so we can do what's right for Canadians. And that takes me to the third point. The application of this law is an historical initiative to address historical injustice. Now, it is a fact, and I commend the government for acknowledging this, that across this country, Black and Indigenous people have been disproportionately burdened with criminal records for small quantities of possessing small quantities of cannabis, making it, therefore, for these people who often already are more marginalized and impoverished citizens, unable to get their foot on the social ladder. Why, Madam Speaker? Well, because they have a record. And that means you're last in line when you want to get that rental apartment. You're last in line when you want to get that job, and you have to fill out an application that says something like, or says orally to them, "Do you have a criminal record?" And they have to say yes. If that record were expunged, as my bill would do, it means you can honestly answer that you do not, because it would be deemed in law that you do not have a criminal record. Imagine how many thousands of impoverished Canadians we could assist by doing the right thing. Now, you know, jaywalking is not an offense under the Charter. But if you go after 9 out of 10 people who are Black or Indigenous for jaywalking, then that is a Charter violation. And what's happened in this country is, and again I commend the government for acknowledging this data being valid, if you are Indigenous in Regina, you are 9 times more likely to be charged and have a record for cannabis than non-Indigenous people. 7 times more likely in Vancouver. And if you're Black in Halifax, you're 5 times more likely to be charged and have a record, and 3 times more likely if you live in Toronto. This is wrong. This is Canada. We should fix that and let these people get on with their lives. So I want to address head-on the government's argument about record suspensions. They choose to call it pardons. It doesn't do the job, Madam Speaker. It doesn't do the job. What is the difference between a pardon and expungement? An expunged record is erased. It's completely destroyed. Under my bill, the offence is deemed at law never to have happened. So a person whose record has been expunged can truthfully say on that job application, no, I don't have a criminal record. That makes all the difference. What about a pardon? Pardon merely reclassifies the record. It may still be released and even revoked in the future. Most importantly, with a pardon, an individual can still face those obstacles I talked about. Furthermore, a pardon talks about forgiving by implication and not expungement, which would be an acknowledgement of the historical injustice about how our cannabis laws have been applied in our country. Cannabis amnesty has been for a long time a policy of the NDP. Since 2004, we've been calling for amnesty for people with records for cannabis possession. My colleague, the member for Vancouver Kingsway, who's done excellent work on this file, introduced a motion in the House asking the government to immediately pardon all criminal records for simple possession. The government said no. So let me go to the argument that I've heard the government use as recently as this morning, Madam Speaker, and it goes like this. You're wrong. Pardons, you have to, when that landlord or that employer asks you, do you have a record, they're supposed to ask this question: have you ever been convicted for a criminal offence for which a pardon has not been granted? Now, Madam Speaker, they say, well, if there's been a violation of that, you can go to the Human Rights Branch or the Human Rights Tribunal in your province. Madam Speaker, I don't know whether they have been dealing with people in inner city. I used to do legal aid in downtown Toronto. People who are not literate, who don't speak English. These are people who have enough trouble already. Do you think they're going to get a lawyer with legal aid in this world, being so scarce, to go and take that to the Human Rights Branch? I don't really think so, Madam Speaker, and neither does Samantha McAllisey, who's doing her PhD on this very topic at Carleton. And she has worked in the inner city of Ottawa with John Howard Society for many years. And she says that many people struggling with criminal records can often have barriers like literacy or language, making these formal complaints to the human rights codes very daunting. She says requiring individuals to muster through a complaint process in order to access employment, housing, or any other social domain seems quite ridiculous. People with criminal records already face enough barriers in the community and are often already doing everything they can to get by day, close quote. Madam Speaker, even if the government is right, why wouldn't they go far enough to complete the job with expungement? Even if there's a legal, technical reason for being right, which I urge upon the government is not the view of the leading criminal and constitutional lawyers I've consulted, even if they're right, why wouldn't they complete the job? I was so proud to have stood in this House when another expungement initiative took place, not long ago, Bill C-66. It was the expungement of what the government termed, and I agree, historically unjust convictions for people convicted in the past of same-sex sexual activity. Yet thousands of racialized and marginalized people also have been treated unfairly in the past. I've demonstrated that. The government accepts it. They have these barriers to renting jobs, renting apartments or getting a job. And I've also had mothers from Saskatoon crying on the phone to me that their child with a couple of joints busted a couple of years ago can't coach the soccer team. Because there's these vulnerable people initiatives that require people to not have records for reasons we well understand, dealing with children and so forth. And their lives are also affected by this. So after years of injustice, why would the government settle for a process that won't fully relieve the burden of a criminal record? The only way to right the wrong and finally give the 500,000 Canadians a fair chance is expungement, to erase these records for simple possession. So, Madam Speaker, I think the evidence is pretty clear. The argument about pardons may be good in theory, but in practice, people in the real world don't always ask those precise questions that the government says they should be, landlords and employers should be asked. Have you ever been convicted of a criminal record for which a pardon has not been granted, that magic incantation? The real world in downtown Ottawa, we were told yesterday, the real world in downtown Toronto is people don't always ask those questions. And therefore people can't get on with their lives because they have a criminal record and they're already the poorest among us often. And they're disproportionately Indigenous and they're disproportionately Black Canadians. It's just simply the right thing to do, Madam Speaker. Why the government didn't do it at the time like other jurisdictions they modeled their legalization on, I don't know. But it's time to do it now, and it's time to do it right. A half measure isn't good enough for Canadians. Expungement is the answer. Record suspension doesn't do the job. Let's get on with it. I urge the government, I urge all members to do the right thing and support my bill in this House. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children's and Social Services Development.
Thank the member opposite for the presentation, and I agree with virtually every point that the member has made, in particular in the impact of racialized youth, and in particular on the Black and Indigenous communities of this country. There is a different way in which they've been policed, and the court system, the incarceration records prove it without a shadow of a doubt. The concern that has been expressed to us, and I'm considering supporting the private member's motion because this is a significant issue in many of the communities I represent. But the issue is this: is that not every one of the charges is equal. Not every one. I mean, they have definitely been policed differently, definitely been convicted differently, managed by the courts differently. But in some cases, the charges are part of a larger criminal process and a larger criminal set of charges, and expunging the record has an impact on sentencing, has an impact on public safety. And so I would ask the member opposite just to reflect on, if you start pulling out some of the convictions on very serious charges where the possession charge is incidental, you may shorten criminal sentences and you may shorten certain sentencing provisions, and that may create complications around public safety and how they handle that.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, first of all, I'd like to sincerely thank the member opposite for keeping an open mind and considering support of my bill. I appreciate that very much. And I have to say that his recognition of the historical injustice and the disproportionate impact on Indigenous and Black Canadians is something we both have to work harder on, and this House has to work harder on, and this is an opportunity to take a step in that direction. It is true that often convictions for records for small quantities of cannabis go hand in hand with other convictions and the like, and there's been such things as plea bargains, all of that we need to acknowledge exist in the real world. You know, in California and other places, the expungement is automatic. We don't have to have these applications. Unfortunately, as a private member's bill, I can't do that, as you know, Madam Speaker, but we can't require the government to spend the money. If I had my druthers, I would have the government actually take action and automatically expunge the records for things that are now perfectly legal. I think there is a problem. There's a technical issue that can be dealt with. I'm not sure why we can't do it. The San Francisco District Attorney's Office actually has a software program to go through and do this work. I don't see why we can't figure it out here.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Victoria, who I have the privilege of serving on the Justice Committee with. The government has taken the position that they support a so-called expedited pardon process, but they haven't said when. They haven't defined what exactly that will look like. In 2013, the Prime Minister bragged about how he consumed marijuana. And yet, as the honourable member noted, 500,000 Canadians have criminal records. Does the member not see a double standard?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I want to start by saying I appreciate the question from my honourable friend with whom I work. I think he'd agree very effectively on the Justice Committee. It's an honour to serve with him there. Both of us are vice chairs of that committee, and he's a real asset to it. An expedited pardon process might come along, and the government's going to tell us it's going to be free and it's going to be fast and so forth. It doesn't do the trick, Madam Speaker. It's under-inclusive. I don't know why they wouldn't go, if there's any doubt at all, why they wouldn't embrace the right thing and expunge. As for the Prime Minister's acknowledgement, I think there's an important point here. There was a stigma at a time for same-sex sexual activity. That's no longer the case. There was a stigma for cannabis possession in the past. That's no longer the case. Otherwise, our Prime Minister wouldn't have acknowledged that he did this in this House. The problem, Madam Speaker, is simple. That person did not get caught thousands and thousands of particularly Indigenous and Black Canadians did get caught, and they're suffering. He's not, we're not. We should do the right thing and get on with it.
That's right.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister and to the Prime Minister, and to the Minister of Border Security and Organized Crime.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak to Bill C-14, an act to establish a procedure for expunging certain cannabis-related convictions. I'd like to first thank the member for Victoria for his hard work and strong advocacy on this issue. I know that he's spoken numerous times with the Minister of Border Security and Organized Crime, Madam Speaker, about this issue on several occasions. It's something we very much appreciate. It's clear the member shares the conviction that some changes need to be made with a new cannabis control regime in place. Madam Speaker, for nearly a century, the criminal prohibition of cannabis failed to protect youth and led to the highest rates of cannabis use amongst our kids in the world. It also led to billions of dollars in profit for organized crime and created an unhealthy and unsafe situation in all of our communities. And that is why, Madam Speaker, we replaced the criminal prohibition with a far more effective and proportional system of comprehensive cannabis control. And while there are no turnkey solutions, Madam Speaker, to righting the wrongs that resulted from that regime, there are now steps we can take to address them. Bill C-14 would create a method to expunge cannabis possession convictions, regardless of quantity, that are no longer an offense under the Cannabis Act. It proposes a no-charge, application-based process that would allow applicants to provide sworn statements to prove eligibility. It does not, however, require them to prove attempts to obtain official supporting documents in doing so. This bill also proposes that expungement must be granted so long as the review by the Parole Board of Canada does not reveal any evidence that the activity in question was prohibited under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act or any other act of Parliament. And, Madam Speaker, the approach proposed in Bill 14 is similar in form to another bill this House passed not long ago, but the nature of the convictions that are proposed for expungement is quite different. Bill C-66, the Expungement of Historically Unjust Convictions Act, received royal assent in June of this year, Madam Speaker. That legislation was introduced on the occasion of the historic apology to the LGBTQ2 community for decades of state-sponsored, systemic discrimination and oppression. It put in place a new process to permanently destroy records of convictions for offenses involving consensual activity between same-sex partners that would be lawful today. The government passed that law so that expungement could be available as a tool to correct a profound historical injustice where the offense had been ruled unconstitutional or contrary to the Canadian Human Rights Code. However, there are substantive differences between the nature of those offenses and cannabis possession, which courts have never found to be constitutionally invalid. That said, clearly we agree, Madam Speaker, with the member for Victoria that individuals who previously acquired criminal records for some possession of cannabis should be allowed to shed the burden and stigma of that record. And that's why, Madam Speaker, when the Cannabis Act came into force on October 17th, the government announced its intent to introduce legislation which, once in force, would allow individuals to apply for a record suspension as long as they have completed their sentence. The 5-year waiting period would be waived and would be immediately eligible. Finally, Madam Speaker, the unfair $631 fee put in place by the Harper Conservatives would also be waived and available at no cost to the individual. Madam Speaker, these records have had a disproportionate impact, as my honourable colleague from across the way had mentioned, on our youth from poor communities, racialized communities, and of course, Indigenous communities. Many Canadians also have a criminal record as a result of some youthful indiscretions and now lead otherwise exemplary lives, Madam Speaker. This proposed measure will make affordable record suspensions available to those individuals. It will give them the opportunity to remove the stigma and burden on their lives that results from a criminal record. I'll point out at this point, Madam Speaker, that thanks to the motion from the member for St. John's Rothesay, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security has been instructed to undertake a study of the record suspension program formerly known as pardons. The idea behind this, Madam Speaker, would be to firstly examine the impact of a record suspension to help those with a criminal record reintegrate back into society. Secondly, to examine the impact of a criminal record suspension, fees, and additional costs associated with the application process on low-income applicants. Thirdly, to identify appropriate changes to fees and service standards for record suspensions, and to identify improvements to better support applicants for a criminal record suspension. The committee would be able to study improvements that could be made to the process surrounding record suspensions. But I'm pleased to note that the government's announcement of intent with respect to the legislation on record suspensions for some possession of cannabis reflects the desire to reduce the kinds of barriers reflected in that motion. Madam Speaker, protecting Canadians is our #1 concern. We do that by implementing evidence-based criminal justice policies that are proven to support rehabilitation, prevent crime and victimization, and keep our citizens and communities safe. The government's announced intent to introduce new legislation is in keeping with that principle, Madam Speaker. And aside from the differences in the proposed approaches, I'd like to also point out that Bill C-14, Madam Speaker, is flawed as it's currently written. Under the bill, the acceptance of a sworn statement to prove eligibility without having to demonstrate attempts to obtain official documents risks that expungement could be ordered and records destroyed for ineligible individuals. For example, those convicted for possession of far more dangerous controlled substances like cocaine. As currently written, indeed, most individuals would not be eligible to apply, as the bill requires that the activity be legal today. All cannabis obtained prior to coming into force of the Cannabis Act, Madam Speaker, was illicitly possessed, and the possession of illicitly obtained cannabis remains an offense today. So, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful that many in this House feel that those previously convicted for some possession of cannabis should be allowed to participate meaningfully in society. They should have access to good, stable jobs. They should have access to housing and education and the ability to participate in the community, Madam Speaker. For far too long, many thousands of Canadians have faced barriers to those necessities simply because of possessing cannabis. But values have shifted, and we've recognized the failures of prohibition. And we've now, for over a month into legalized and regulated cannabis, see the positive impacts of that action. What we do now to make things as fair as possible for Canadians must be done carefully, and it must be done diligently. And I very much look forward to taking the next steps to help people turn their lives around. And once again, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his views on how we can do so, and I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to address this issue today.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on Bill C-415, a private member's bill introduced by my friend, the honourable member for Victoria. It is legislation that would expunge the criminal records of Canadians who were convicted for the minor possession of marijuana. Madam Speaker, the fact that the honourable member for Victoria has had to bring forward a private member's bill around this issue speaks to the fact that once again the Liberals have dropped the ball on the issue of marijuana legalization. You know, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister during the last election made it as a central platform commitment to legalize marijuana. We, on this side, disagreed with the position of a Prime Minister, but elections have consequences. And enough Canadians voted Liberal, and the Prime Minister was elected, and therefore it was not a surprise that the government decided to move forward with the legalization of marijuana. But it's one thing to have an idea and another to actually implement that idea. And what we have seen, Madam Speaker, is time and again this government has not had a plan when it comes to going about implementing the enforcement and implementation of marijuana legalization. Madam Speaker, this government had no plan with respect to a public awareness campaign. That was, by the way, Madam Speaker, a key recommendation of the government's own marijuana task force headed by former Deputy Prime Minister Anne McClellan. And for good reason, Madam Speaker, because there are serious health risks associated with the consumption of marijuana, particularly for young Canadians, those 25 and under, in terms of development of brain development impairment, among other issues. And so, Madam Speaker, where was the government's early and sustained public awareness campaign? Well, Madam Speaker, there was no public awareness campaign. The Liberals simply dropped the ball.
Non-existent.
Then, Madam Speaker, the Liberals had no plan around keeping Canadians safe from drug-impaired drivers. Oh, sure, they introduced Bill C-46, legislation that amended the criminal code to bring in drug-impaired driving laws. But it's one thing, Madam Speaker, to pass a law, and quite another to give law enforcement the tools and resources that they need to enforce the law. 3 years ago, there were about as many drug recognition experts as there are today. This despite the fact that law enforcement, Canadian chiefs of police, the Canadian Police Association, among others, have been begging and pleading with this government to provide the resources so that they can hire more drug recognition experts, which are essential to keeping our roads safe. But instead of listening, the government once again just dropped the ball. Madam Speaker, Bill C-46 imposes per se limits around THC. The problem with that, Madam Speaker, is there isn't necessarily a clear correlation between THC levels and drug impairment. It's a pretty big problem, Madam Speaker. But instead of addressing concerns that were raised about the government's approach, they just shrugged their shoulders, and as they dropped the ball yet again. Madam Speaker, Bill C-46 provided for roadside screening devices to detect drug impairment. Madam Speaker, the problem was that there was no screening device that was approved until virtually on the eve of the date that marijuana became legal in Canada. So unreliable is this device that most law enforcement agencies across Canada are not acquiring the device. They're waiting for another device, a more reliable device, to be approved. So, Madam Speaker, yet again, the Liberals dropped the ball. And so, Madam Speaker, given a record like that, is it any wonder that when it comes to dealing with the more than 500,000 Canadians who have criminal records for minor possession, that the government has no plan? Madam Speaker, they just, again, dropped the ball. You know, the government talks about a so-called expedited pardon process, but, Madam Speaker, the government has provided no indication about when they plan to introduce legislation. the timeline is completely vague. What that expedited pardon process would look like, the government has refused to provide details. In fact, it seems that while making a commitment to move forward with a pardon process, the Liberals would prefer just not to talk about it at all if they could get away with it. And it wasn't until the member for Victoria called on the government to take action that the government announced that they would move forward with some sort of undefined pardon process. And Madam Speaker, as the member for Victoria rightly points out, other jurisdictions, including California and Vermont, did implement an expungement process at the same time that legalization came into effect. Now, Madam Speaker, while one can argue about the merits of expungement versus a pardon versus providing no blanket process at all, what is unacceptable is that the government has refused to be straight with Canadians and honestly tell Canadians where they're going to go. Instead, they just don't have a plan. And so, Madam Speaker, it is, I have to say, a little bit rich that the government has dragged their feet, that the government would prefer not to talk about this issue, given the Prime Minister's own personal history. The Prime Minister in 2013 bragged about how he had consumed marijuana, how he used marijuana. He relished the attention that he got upon making that pronouncement. And of course, the Prime Minister wasn't caught. He wasn't charged. He wasn't convicted. He doesn't have the burden of a criminal record. The Prime Minister lives a pretty privileged life. But as the member for Victoria pointed out, there are 500,000 Canadians, including many marginalized Canadians, who are burdened with a criminal record. Burdened with a criminal record for committing an offense that today is perfectly legal. And so, Madam Speaker, I think the time has come for the government to be straight, to come forward and come up with a plan, because to date they've done nothing more than drop the ball. Canadians deserve better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's indeed a very great pleasure to rise today to debate Bill C-415, brought in by my honourable colleague and friend from Victoria. We both hail from Vancouver Island, and I really just very much admire the work that he's put into this bill, because it's not very often that you get to debate a private member's bill in this place that really has such significance for changing how we approach the criminal law and acknowledging past wrongs. You know, one other private member's bill I can reference, which I think had a major impact, was Bill S-201, which was brought in by Senator James Cowan, which recognized genetic non-discrimination. And the Liberal cabinet had a position against that bill, but virtually the entire Liberal backbench rose up and disagreed with the cabinet and voted in favor of that bill. And so with the combination of the Liberal backbench, the Conservatives, the New Democrats, we actually passed that bill. It received royal assent. And I very much implore my Liberal colleagues, I know some have raised some concerns with this bill, but I implore them to look at what is being attempted through this bill. They may not think it's perfect, but at the second reading stage of a bill, we're acknowledging the intent of the bill. And I think very much that if they look into their hearts, they will find some worthiness in at least sending this bill to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, where we can hear from departmental officials, where we can hear from expert witnesses, many of whom the member from Victoria has already quoted. And that's where we can actually look at the language, the technical jargon of the bill to see if some of those concerns can be addressed. But let us at least send this bill to committee, because I think this is a very important moment. Madam Speaker, last year I had the pleasure of giving the NDP's response speech at second reading to Bill C-45 in my capacity then as the justice critic. And, I acknowledge the bill was not a perfect bill, and there was a lot of very fulsome debate on the merits of that bill. I think my colleague, the member for Vancouver Kingsway, said it right when the bill C-45 didn't really legalize cannabis, it just made it less illegal, because the possession, there's some very strict limits that even if you step outside of those bounds, the full weight of the law is going to still come upon you. But nevertheless, I think even my Conservative colleagues can realize that there has been a sea change in public opinion in Canada with regards to cannabis possession. There was a very real realization that the continued criminalized approach to cannabis possession was wrong. Far too many people were suffering under it, and in fact the continued criminal approach was actually causing more harm than the prohibition of than the actual use of the drug itself, and there was that recognition. And indeed, when you look at many of the arguments that Liberal members made in support of C-45, not the least of which was the Minister of Justice, one of the big reasons they cited was the fact that thousands of Canadians end up with criminal records for a non-violent minor cannabis offence each year. In fact, I'll quote her, Madam Speaker. In her second reading speech on C-45, the Minister of Justice said, and I quote, "A majority of Canadians no longer believe that simple possession of small amounts of cannabis should be subject to harsh criminal sanctions, which can have lifelong impacts for individuals and take up precious resources in our criminal justice system. Our government agrees that there is a better approach," end quote. Madam Speaker, I could not agree more with what the Minister of Justice said last year during the second reading debate on this. Now, there are roughly 500,000 Canadians who have criminal records for cannabis suspension or cannabis possession. So that means, Madam Speaker, if you took a room of 60 people, one person in that room is probably going to have a record for cannabis suspension. And, I think when we acknowledge that that's pretty far-reaching, the consequences that it indeed has. We know that it has affected marginalized and racialized populations disproportionately more than average Caucasian Canadians, and that is borne out by the evidence collected in each province and many of our major cities. But also another big issue, too, is that, this government came to power with a promise to legalize cannabis, and in fact it was adopted in a 2012 Liberal Policy Convention. So I think the Canadian public has known for quite some time that this was coming. Like my friend, the member for Edmonton, St. Albert Edmonton said, elections have consequences, and the Liberal government did fulfill that one promise. However, I have issue with the length of time that it took. We needed the task force to present its report. We then finally had C-45 introduced in April of 2017, and it did receive royal assent and came into force only on October 17th of this year. There was plenty of time for the Liberal government to deliberate on this subject, on the consequences that criminal possessions have for people's lives, where you have this strange binary situation where a person who possessed cannabis on October 16th received a criminal record, but a person who had it on October 17th was perfectly fine. It is quite amazing what has happened in this country. Like you can now possess up to 30 grams in public. People can now grow their own plants, because even though there are still very real consequences with the over-consumption of cannabis, whether it's getting into the hands of children, I think we can very much agree that the continued criminal approach to the issue was wrong. It was using up precious resources, and it was in no way effectively dealing with the problem. And Madam Speaker, when you look at the intent of C415, I very much admire the word expungement because it has an air of permanence about it. It is very much different from a record suspension because, as the member for Victoria very clearly laid out, a record suspension is simply setting aside the record. It does not protect the individual in any way from having that reapplied sometime in the future, and indeed, they very much have to prove that they are worthy of it happening. And expungement allows that individual to actually truthfully answer a question that they do not have a criminal record, because expungement makes it as if it never happened in the first place. Now, I know that, and when you look at the statistics, Madam Speaker, specifically with reference to Indigenous people in Canada, in Vancouver, Indigenous people were 7 times more likely than white people to be arrested. In Regina, it was as high as 9 times. So if we're trying to address a historical wrong, a very real case of social injustice, I think expungement is absolutely the way we should be going. And Madam Speaker, I know the Liberals have raised concerns. They have said that they wish to reserve expungement for activities that have been found unconstitutional. And the Parliamentary Secretary made reference to Bill C-66, which absolutely every member in this House was supportive of. But the member for Victoria, I have to repeat this, it was clearly outlined that the reserving expungement for activities that have been found unconstitutional is simply an arbitrary distinction. It has no legal or principled foundation. This is basically a government making up its own rules, and I asked them to point to any specific case law that underlies their arguments for this, because trust me, Madam Speaker, they will not be able to find that. They also would like to say that pardoning people will work because they're going to make pardons free and immediate. I appreciate the fact that the application process will be removed and that the fee will be waived, but right now the only legislation that actually exists on the books to address this issue, right now at the very end of 2018, 3 years into this government's mandate, is the member of Victoria's Bill C-415. And they also, Madam Speaker, agree that the process needs to be fair, but they have other doubts about the bill. This bill has been consulted widely with academics and members of the legal community. I again appeal to my Liberal colleagues to not throw the baby out with the bathwater. If they do have difficulties with the technical aspects of this bill, with the language, surely they can understand the intent behind this bill. Surely they can find it within their hearts to send this bill to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, where we can do the necessary amendments so that it comes back to this House, reported back to this House in a form that they can support. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to voting on this bill. And again, I congratulate my friend and colleague from Victoria for bringing in this fantastic piece of legislation.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I believe that there was going to be another member from the opposition that wanted to be able to speak to the legislation.
So the honourable member would like to move over his spot, is that correct?
Opportunity to be able to speak, Madam Speaker, and yield the floor to another member, if that would be okay, if we have unanimous consent.
Unfortunately, I have already recognized the member, unless he doesn't want to speak or he only wants to speak a short time.
Just speak a short.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just keep my remarks relatively brief. I understand that there may be another speaker that wants to speak this afternoon on the legislation. I've listened to my colleague and friend across the way, and at first brush, it's quite understanding why it is that he's brought forward C-415. And when I was listening to the member talk, Madam Speaker, about the difficulties of some being able to express themselves versus a pardon as opposed to an expungement. And I was really quite intrigued on that. And I guess in principle, the thought that came across my mind was there are many different sorts of activities that take place, criminal activities that take place where a pardon has been issued. And I suspect that in many ways that the same challenges in principle would be there for those other individuals that have a pardon that's already in place. So if one wanted to be somewhat consistent, one could ultimately argue what would then be the value of having pardons. You know, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I do believe that there is value to pardons. The minister has talked about issues such as being quick, free, no waiting times. This is, in fact, a commitment in which the government has made with respect to pardons. Pardons are, for all intents and purposes, something that's kind of packaged away, put in a box, never again to be reopened, unless, of course, there is another criminal activity that takes place by the individual in question. At least that's my understanding of the situation. And that's why I was somewhat intrigued by his comments when he said, well, what about the individuals that would find it difficult? And he used the example of an application for a job. And I'm very sympathetic to that particular argument, and unfortunately there wasn't enough questions and answers, and that's what I would have liked from the member to provide an answer to me on that particular point. And it's more, as I say, the principle of the matter. I think that we've gone a long way, Madam Speaker, in recognizing at the end of the day, how far we have come in the last number of years. We have a Prime Minister that saw a significant social issue that affects millions of Canadians, and I think in a very responsible fashion in working through the ministers, and indeed most members of this House, we were able to, in essence, bring forward the legalization of cannabis. And, you know, I can say since it has been legalized, to the very best of my knowledge, Madam Speaker, I have not had one issue or concern related to it since it has actually been legalized from my constituents thus far, Madam Speaker. Given the very nature and the magnitude of the change that has been put into place, I see that as an example of just how well the government, in working with the many other stakeholders, because it's not just the government of Canada. We have to recognize that we have other jurisdictions, in particular our provinces and territories, and there was a great deal of effort with first responders and many other stakeholders to ensure that the launching, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker, of a responsible policy, social policy put in place was in fact done in the fashion in which it was, and I think that as a society that we have really benefited by the legalization of cannabis. Now, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, there's a lot more that I would like to be able to say, but I understand that there is a member across the way that also was hoping to be able to speak, so I'll end my remarks at that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And to answer the member's comment about pardons versus expungements, expungements can be used and should be used when there is a historical injustice in how a criminal record was obtained. You can use pardons for any criminal record, but expungements are what we need for those criminal records that came about because of a historical injustice, and I'll talk about that in my speech here. And I'd first like to again thank the member from Victoria for bringing this important bill forward. I think it's something that Canadians are looking forward to, Canadians want, and I think he is stepping into the breach where the government has failed to go. And even though they had plenty of time to get ready for this, we've been planning on this the legalization of marijuana for many years. And I can start off by saying, and this is it's obviously true in many ridings, there's a lot of people in my riding that used cannabis before it became legal. We all carry out kind of unofficial polling when we go door to door, and one of the things you notice when you go door to door in my riding is how many people use cannabis. It's quite a popular thing in my riding. It's not everybody that's doing it, but you notice how many people do it, and it's not just people of color, Indigenous people. It's everyone. It's business people, but it's the whole point of this bill, this expungement, is that in the past, the arrests for simple possession of marijuana have been disproportionately handed out to people, marginalized Canadians, young Canadians, Black Canadians, Indigenous Canadians. These are the people that have suffered by far the most for this, and this is one of the reasons that expungement is much more appropriate than a simple pardon. So, as other people have said, many people in Canada have a criminal record simply because they were found in possession of marijuana, something that we now say is completely fine, is completely legal, shouldn't have happened before. Let's get on with it. 500,000 Canadians, Madam Speaker, and some people suggest that it might be as high as over 900,000 Canadians. This is not something that is relegated to some dark, criminal backwaters of Canada. This is the bulk of Canadian society. And it leaves them with a criminal record. They can't cross the border. They have difficult finding work in many cases. They can't even volunteer to work. A lot of times when you want to coach a soccer team for your kid's school, they demand a criminal record check. Yeah. You can't do that. And so it really affects the lives of Canadians that we now say have really done nothing wrong. And as I said, we've had a lot of time leading up to this. The government had a lot of time to prepare its legislation. Other jurisdictions, California, Delaware, Vermont, now I think North Dakota's moving in this direction. They're all bringing in expungement provisions into their legalization legislation. But this government didn't. They didn't, we've been pressing them to have something like this since we began sitting in this parliament. And now they say, well, maybe next year they'll bring in legislation that it'll make it easier for people to apply for a pardon. But I just want to go back to this point about, it's really marginalized Canadians that have been hit hard, and that's why expungement is the way to go. Yep. And as other people said, if you're Black in Regina, if you're Indigenous in Regina, you're 9 times more likely to be arrested on simple possession. 7 times more likely in Vancouver. If you're Black in Halifax, you're 5 times more likely to be arrested, 3 times more likely in Toronto. So these simple possession arrests disproportionately affect people of color, Indigenous people, young people. And, I can quote back members of the government, what they feel on this. The Prime Minister said people from minority communities, marginalized communities, without economic resources are not going to have that kind of option to go through and clear their name in the justice system. That's one of the fundamental unfairnesses of this current system that affects different communities in a different way. That's the Prime Minister. Minister of Border Security says the failed system of criminal prohibition that has resulted in the criminalization of hundreds of thousands of Canadians and contributed to an unjust disparity and impact on vulnerable communities. The Minister of Public Safety says the law as it stands today has been an abject failure. The MP from Hull-Aylmer, we do know that Black Canadians have been disproportionately charged with and are imprisoned for possessions of small amounts of cannabis. So, there's, much of the cabinet admitting that this is what has been going on, and this can only be justly dealt with through an expungement, a simple expungement of all those criminal records so these people can get on with their lives and get work. Or, you know, cross the border. In Toronto, 15% of people on social welfare says that a need for record suspension is a key barrier to getting work. We all want those people to work and be, you know, take part in this economy, this society, but that's the barrier they're facing, and only an expungement would help that. I see I don't have much time left, so I would say that, you know, as I say, the government's going to bring in, they say they're going to bring in pardons. Right now that I'm running out of time, I'll just say, Madam Speaker, that...
I was going to say to the members, he's going to have 3 minutes left the next time that this is before the House, so he has about 30 seconds if he would like to wrap something up in 30 seconds, and then he would still have...
The member from Victoria for bringing this forward, and I hope that everyone here supports this and we can send it to committee for further study.
Therefore, the member will have 3 minutes left when this matter is before the House again. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. It being 2:30, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to standing 24-1 of the 24-1.